Good evening.
Whoops. That's me.
Good evening. Okay. Welcome to the October 9th, 2025 Northampton Student Advisory Council meeting. I'm Jean Louise Scherer, the chair of the school committee, and I'll be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely
in progress.
on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here at the JFK Middle School Community Room. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded, and we will call the meeting to order. Cassie, will you please call the roll of the school committee? Present.
Member Gacy. Member Vice-Roy.
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
We can't really hear Cassie.
Yeah.
You can't hear on the mics?
I think we need her to speak into a mic.
Oh, you can't hear Cassie. I see.
Yeah.
Got it, got it.
Got it. Member Stein.
Present.
Member Hennessy.
Present.
Member Miller.
Present.
Member LaBounty.
Present.
Member Agna.
She is going to be late.
Member Davis.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thanks. All right. Oh, look at you. Everything's echoing. Like,
Yeah.
If you disconnect your audio,
um,
lower left-hand side.
I thought I had.
okay. All right. Hopefully that'll work. Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to our Student Advisory Council representative. Welcome.
Hi. Normally I'd have a group of people with me, except our freshmen only just got elected, so that will be decided next meeting that we have. And then you'll see them at the December meeting. The slideshow.
There are
Cassie.
3 of me up there.
I know.
Oh, there's more than 3.
Never seen it do that before.
That's freaky.
And you're not in unison either, which is kind of wild.
Right, because electrons, like choreography, you go at the speed of light, but the speed of light is not infinite.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry. What do you need us to start
Yeah, the
the
slideshow.
Okay.
I
Oh, you're working on
had
it.
it all pulled up, but life got away with me.
Yeah, this presentation will just be on, it's like one giant student union update because at the time of me making this, I was unaware of anything that was happening. But then lots of stuff happened at school.
Okay.
It's a very busy week.
Let me clean up my screen
You're
here.
You're welcome to talk about that extemporaneously if you want.
I'm going to talk about it during the school committee meeting in case more members show up.
Okay.
Is it showing? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Great, thank you. You can go to the next slide. So yeah, we have a table of contents this time. Just all of the stuff that student union will do.
Cool.
Yeah. So first thing that happened, all of you are aware about, is the Municipal Candidates Forum. It was so much fun, such a big success. And normally there's something, some audio thing will go wrong. There's nothing of that sort. And that was really relieving, honestly. And then some of the candidates I never met, and I don't think any of this union had met. So it was really nice to actually meet them and be able to talk to them and introduce ourselves. And we had a phone caddy for the candidates to put their phones in, which we thought was pretty fun. And it was fun to make name tags and then put all the names because that's what all the teachers do. So it's I'm basically a teacher. And there's so much community there. There is a lot of parents, teachers, and students. And then there is just other people from Northampton also, which was pretty awesome. Next slide. This form for the grant cycle has been released. It was released a couple weeks ago. And the grant cycle is basically all of the clubs at NHS are welcome to apply for a grant, and we encourage them to apply if they have something that they're working on and will really benefit the NHS community. For example, we've had capstones that they taught kids how to do weightlifting at the Y, club events, and purchases that improve the school, like the salad bar that we helped the environmental club buy a couple of years ago. And if you know anyone that leads a club, tell them they can apply and submit it by next Friday or next Saturday, next Sunday, the 19th, at midnight. And we usually give money in the range of like 50 to 300 is usually on the tail end of our distribution. Next slide. And the survey is something that happens more in January, usually. Every year we'll send out a survey to the school asking questions about everything that we're aware of happening, and then we have a open response in case there's anything else that we don't know that is happening. So we ask about lunches, classes, Title IX, mental health, transportation, and the general community. And we use the data to make change and find solutions to the issues that students bring to light. For example, last year, one of our student union members brought up the really interesting topic of buses and their timing. So we incorporated questions about that, and now we have a subcommittee on that, which we'll get to in a couple slides. Next slide. The talent show. This is one of our fundraisers, and it's so fun. Last year, I'm pretty sure the auditorium was like full, like there wasn't really any seats left, which was really awesome because we didn't know how it was going to pan out. We were like, this is a fun idea, let's do it, and just hope it goes well. And it went so well. We had it in April last year, and we got requests to have another one before the end of the school year, which we did not do because that was a little too much, but we're hoping to have it take place around December this year. And there's prizes and student judges, and teacher judges, and student union MC, and it's just so fun. Next slide. Student union merch. I think we've talked to you about this before, but we sold crew necks at open house, and I've seen many people wearing the new ones because they have a relatively new design. We sold them last year, but this year we bought like a bulk order of crew necks and sold them there, and I think we'll be selling them at sports games, but that might not be happening. But I think that's what we're doing with the extras. And I'm hoping that later in the year we'll have an actual online store where you can buy some and then have just other options that aren't crew necks. We decided to sell crew necks because we thought that the Hamp on the Butt sweatpants market was a little bit sold out, like because we've bought bulk orders of Hamp on the Butt sweatpants for a couple of years running. So we're like, time to switch it up, and got crew necks. And if you want to buy one, let me know, and I'll bring one to you at the next meeting. Oh, and that picture is Mr. Taylor from the main office showing his disdain for sweats. Lastly, subcommittees. These are things that these are groups that we have within the union that works on focused subjects like fundraising, meals, budget and Title IX, also the bathroom and community closet restocking and equity, the survey that we send out, and 2 new ones are course development and bus equity. These subcommittees are just getting started because we had our first meeting with freshmen on Monday. So by next month, they'll be up and running and hopefully making great change. And that's it. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. I just want to say again that the Candidates Forum was really remarkable. You did a really great job. The questions were excellent. It was so well organized. So congrats. It was a really fantastic event.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I would say also, that was really great.
Not-
And the phone thing was really
Microphone. Oh, we couldn't hear you because the microphone.
Yeah, let's try and remember in the mics. Member Miller.
Hi, thank you for such a great presentation, and I had a question about your survey. And how do you share the results of the survey with, the principal, the administrators, so that they can be used to make change?
Yeah, last year we had a cabinet meeting with Mr. Taglieri, and we just showed him pretty much the same presentation that you guys saw at the school committee meeting that we presented on, and then they use that data.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, if not, then we can adjourn the,
I think she has some other things she wanted to.
Oh.
Did you?
No, I'm going to talk about that during the
Regular.
the others
okay.
committee part.
Okay, so if there's nothing more, then we'll adjourn this meeting and have 15 minutes, and then we'll start the next one. Sound good?
Yes,
Is there a motion?
I move to adjourn.
I second.
Okay, motion's made by Member Hennessy, seconded by Member Weisenfreud.
Eisenfried,
Yes.
Murphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Hennessy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna, Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes. Great, thanks, we're adjourned, and be back in 15. Good evening. Welcome to the October 9th, 2025 Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Gina Louise Shara, the chair of the school committee, and I will be presiding this
Recording
evening.
in progress.
This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here at the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. And I will begin by asking Cassie to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Shara,
Present.
Member Gacy, absent. Member Weisenfreund,
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Present.
Member Stein,
Present.
Member Hennessy,
Present.
Member Miller,
Present.
Member LaBounty,
Present.
Member Agna,
Present.
Member Davis.
Present.
There's a quorum.
Great. And the following members are participating remotely over Zoom. That's Member Miller, Member Stein, Member Agna, and Member LaBounty as of right now. Okay. Member LaBounty, did you prepare anything to talk about school committee norms?
Yes.
Okay. Take it away.
Great. I chose, because Cassie let me choose whatever I want, come with an open mind, be open to change based on new ideas or perspectives. I think my feeling about it is great leaders are in a continuous learning mode, right? We don't come just with what we know. We come with questions, we come with curiosity, and hopefully we continue to take in that information. So hopefully we'll come here with that too, because we aren't the subject matter experts in everything, and we really need to hear what people have to say. And so I think it's a good goal.
Great. Thank you for that. On to the student representative report. Welcome.
Hi. To this week, we have a couple of big ones and a couple of just little things that are happening. The first one, as you may have expected, is the first update I'll be talking about is Flex. I'm sure you all, or most of you, have heard about what's happened in the past week with Flex. Where for Flex, starting this week, actually today, and for the foreseeable future, I'm assuming, is that we're only allowed to sign up to go to teachers that we currently have for Flex, which means no club meetings during Flex, which is really hard for all of the clubs that meet during Flex, which I'm pretty sure is 99% of them, because not everyone is able to meet before or after school due to sports, transportation, and also the club advisor needs to be able and willing to meet outside of school. And from my understanding, these changes have been made in hopes of clearly meeting the time on learning requirements that the state has established for us. And the whole thing has been very, the only word I could think of it for it was jarring, is very sudden, which makes sense because we need to meet the state requirements. And the next thing that I have to talk about is the bathrooms at NHS. For pretty much the whole school year, only one bathroom for each gender has been open in the school, along with the gender-neutral bathrooms, which are single stall. This means huge lines, super crowded bathrooms, and sometimes a bathroom break can take half an hour, which is more than the amount of time you're allowed to be outside of class. Even if you're just trying to go to the bathroom, you're not even trying to skip. And I'm not fully sure on why they're closing the bathrooms. I'm assuming it's because of behavior issues with just skipping class in the bathroom, going on your phone in the bathroom, and vaping in the bathroom. But just having one bathroom open still lets, kids will still vape or be on their phone or skip in there. It just causes a lot of stress and chaos for the people that just want to go to the bathroom. And this has been really unsustainable for all students that are just trying to live and go to the bathroom. And then other news that's happening this week is tomorrow there's a football game. You should come to it. The band will be performing the field show, which means we'll be playing and marching at the same time. It's going to be fun and a little bit cold. There's also a field hockey game tomorrow, right after school, I think. And boys' senior night for the soccer team was 2 days ago. And the girls have an away soccer game tomorrow as well. Yesterday was the PSAT for 10th and 11th graders, and that everyone else had a late start. And on Monday, we had a lockdown, which happened right after our lockdown drill, which was on Friday. And now we know what we need to work on and improvement in case of any other lockdowns that are to happen. And that's it. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Cox.
Yeah, I'm curious, do you know what the rationale from the state is about why they made this change and why they made it so, as you said, jarringly?
Well, the state already had the mandated hours. It was that I think a parent filed a complaint with DESE about time on learning, and that flex was not valuable, or like it wasn't time on learning for their student.
And do you agree with that?
I don't. I find flex really helpful to like do reassessments or get extra help. And yeah, I don't think I've ever I don't really go to flex just to go to it. I go to my teachers because I need help.
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Is this something that, apologies if you said this earlier, is this something that you think the student union is going to be like looking at or thinking about, talking about this year?
Yeah, we definitely are. We talked about it on Monday, and we'll be talking about it in future meetings as well.
Yeah.
We have it on the agenda for today. Member Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks for your report. And I actually got a message from a constituent this week because his daughter's at the high school, and he was asking me about what happened with the flex block. And I'm just curious, how was it communicated to you, and when was this change communicated to you?
We had like an official assembly about it for each grade on Tuesday. And that was just telling us why it's happening and what it's going to look like. And then I and a lot of other students heard about it from our teachers on Monday.
And it was implemented when then?
Today.
Today, okay. Thank you. And the second question I have, so I'm just not sure, so the issue that you brought around the bathrooms, like what typically happens then? Like Dr. Bonner, like what's the follow-up? Do we revisit it at the next meeting, or will you follow up on it, or how do we typically, like if we hear something like that from the students, how do we follow up on it?
So I would, thank you. So this is not a new concern. It's been off and on. And so I would directly follow up with the principal to find out what is the rationale for the closure of the buildings. And I think that Annalise has actually alluded to some of those reasons for that, but there may be some other. So in order for me to know that, I would speak to the administration at the building. And then I would follow up with the school committee. And sometimes, depending on, which I have not done in a while, if it's something such as this, it would be like a weekly update, which I haven't done in a while.
So could we hear back about it next time?
At the next school committee, yes.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Member Miller?
My question was about, in terms of the flex block, is there any opportunity to have that changed so that clubs can meet during flex box and block, and whether Principal Taglieri has any input, and whether that could change at all? Because it seems like a real difficulty for some of the after-school clubs to not be able to meet during block, sorry. So that's just my question about that.
Member Miller, we are actually going to discuss this further on the agenda, but that specific question, this comes under the guise of DESE's guidance towards what is the definition of time on learning. And so clubs is not considered to be under that purview. You need to be assigned to a certified teacher and doing something of a curricular nature to be considered to be time on learning. So for instance, recess and lunch, those kinds of things do not count, as well as study halls do not count. And so, but to make a suggestion, which I think that the student union is already considering this, is that it's not a local decision, but it's a state decision. And so if they want to create change, is now to kind of redefine what time on learning could be for students in the state. And we're not the only school district that's impacted right now with this. There are many other districts that have flex block schedules. And so here's an opportunity to be an advocate on a topic. And I'm hoping you may want to consider that.
Yeah.
Member Stein.
Thanks, and thanks for the report. I appreciate it. I have a question about the bathrooms, but before that, I just wanted to, I know we're going to talk about this later, et cetera. We're also talking about it now. I just want to remind us that we did talk about this a bit in August when the finding came out about Amherst, right? Amherst, I think, was like 6 hours short of their mandated time. I think our math, at least when I back of the envelope, we're about 90 hours short, right? So we kind of knew about this problem in August. And it sounds like maybe an actual complaint is what prompted this to actually happen. But yeah, I mean, it's state law. We're not in accordance with it. And so it's pretty significant and jarring change for students and families. And I know it's hard. I feel bad for everyone that's sort of impacted by it. And I hope we can find some ways to reorient the year. I'm sure the high school staff has been working hard to figure that out along with the district staff. My question about the bathrooms is really, we've heard this issue for a number of years from students. And it's obviously practically difficult when you're trying to use the restroom to miss that much of school time. So I'm wondering if you feel like the situation has gotten worse this year, if it's similar to what's been going on last year, and if there are ideas from the students on how the bathrooms could be operated in a way that sort of increases access and decreases the issues that closing them apparently are being used to solve.
Yeah, this year has definitely been more severe in the bathroom closings. It's a lot more frequent, and a lot more of the bathrooms are closed. Last year there'd be one closed sometimes, and sometimes two, but this year it's been two a lot for each gender. Honestly, the students just want another bathroom open so we don't have to keep waiting so long to use them. We have someone sitting in front of the girls' bathroom and the hall monitor by the boys' bathroom on the first floor. I guess they're monitoring how many people go in and for how long, but we haven't really discussed many solutions to it yet. And also, just for flex was it Member Miller who asked? We're planning on reaching out to other schools like Amherst and other schools that have like a flex block or something like that in Massachusetts to see if they want to collaborate and and to talk about how their flex is going now. And yeah.
Member Agna.
Hi, thanks a lot. I'm sorry I missed the presentation today for the students, but I want to thank my colleagues for continuing the conversation about flex and also about the bathrooms, which, as you said, Dr. Banner, this has been a chronic issue. I wonder if the student union or the student council is bringing that to the administration. I would guess so, but I would hope that that's something that is being looked at internally in the high school. That's one question. The other question is I hope it doesn't sound silly, but I wonder if the marching band plays for other sports. I know it's kind of a traditional thing that a marching band does football, but I was just wondering if that is ever considered to do, for instance, girls' sports or other sports than football. Just a question. You don't have to answer it because you probably don't know the answer. But for me, it stands out as an issue with the marching band. Thank you.
For the bathrooms one, I will definitely bring it up to the principals. We really just haven't had the time. It's been a really busy start of the year, but when we meet with them, we will bring that up. And for the marching band, we did think about this last year, I think, because we only had 3 games instead of 4 to play at, and we thought about doing one of like a soccer game, but most of our playing is in the stands when there's a break, and soccer doesn't really have that many breaks in it to play songs. And they also don't have consistent like Friday night games. So, yeah.
Yeah, certainly it's a tradition, and I don't mean to try to burst that tradition, but just this is something to think about as we move forward. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Moving on, we are at public comment. And we're taking public comment in person and over Zoom. There's a sign-up sheet in the community room. For those on Zoom, if you wish to make a comment, please use the raise hand feature and I'll try and alternate. You can always submit a written public comment, which is equally part of the record, at northampton-school-committee@northampton-k12.us, and it'll be sent to all school committee members. Before you begin your comment, please state your name and your city or town for the record. School committee does not respond during public comment as it's the public's time to speak, so while your comments should be directed to the school committee, you'll understand when we don't respond to them. There's a limit of 3 minutes per person unless language interpretation or accommodation, thank you, for a communication disability has been requested, in which case the time limit is 6 minutes. And I'll set a timer to ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak. According to the rules of procedure, school committee receives public comment for a maximum of 90 minutes. And we will be beginning at 6:50. And the first person is Nora DeJesu.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Nora DeJesu. I live in East Hampton. I am a tiered support specialist at Bridge Street School, and I wanted to shine a light on income in our district. We all know that there's a lot of new housing that keeps on being built, and we, as educators, and all of you on the committee are here to meet the needs of all of our students. We're losing way too much money to charter schools every year. We neglect, and that means the more we neglect our city schools, the more students we lose, the more money we lose, and it's a bad cycle. Our district interventionists service students outside the public schools, but at the expense of our most fragile and in need. The impact at our school has been dramatic and intense. Classroom teachers call the office for assistance, and there's no answer because we don't have a secretary. Educators at Bridge Street and around the district who give up their lunch breaks, their planning times, their before and after school hours to serve our students should not be how we are filling these gaps, and it's not enough anyway. As hard as we try every day, we can't be in 2 places at the same time, and we need your help. Education is a right. It's not survival of the fittest or the wealthiest. And when we don't properly fund our schools and support our buildings, we are not only choosing to be classist in our actions, but actually harm our youngest and most fragile students. 12.5% of the city is living at or below poverty level, and at Bridge Street, over 63% are listed as low income according to the Department of Ed. In these positions that all of you choose to fill, and those who will be elected, I'm asking you, you are morally and ethically responsible for properly funding and staffing our schools. Please do not leave children behind because they aren't of a certain economic class or a certain color or ethnicity. And think about those of us in the room right now. We have the luxury of being in this room and having this conversation right now, and those who can't be here right now because they work nights or multiple shifts or 2 jobs, and maybe they lack transportation, limited access to technology. These are our neighbors, these are your constituents, and they are the ones that we all should be working our hardest to improve the lives of and the education of these children. The demographics of our students is not represented in this room at all or by the staffing at our schools. I'm telling you, we really need to support all of these students and their families right now. Please, the city has the money, and this is our mandate. This is your mandate. Please help us help all of the students. Thank you.
JG.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. This is Jamie Guerin. I'm from Northampton, and I really want to agree with the person who just spoke before me about the funding of the schools and the very vulnerable children being left behind. Many of them are in the building I live in, and speaking of that one child, I know you've received my email, and I am begging you to help advocate for this child. We are escalating the process. This child became homeless on his birthday after his mother died right before Christmas, stayed with me for a while, found a very temporary living situation, which was negotiated with a friend, which has an end date, which is not a lease, and he's being denied his McKinney-Vento rights, and now he is refusing to go to school because he's terrified. He feels safe at JFK. All of his friends are at JFK. This is a severely disabled homeless child, and the McKinney-Vento Act was designed for like foster kids or homeless kids or kids who bounce around so they can have some stability. Once this temporary place they are in goes on the market, which is very soon, they will have no place to go. Their social workers have been working to find permanent housing since they've been evicted. And they will probably end up right back here in my building, bouncing around with the child living with me in Northampton. So I don't know what school committee can do, but I am just asking you to look into your hearts and imagine a disabled homeless child without a mother bouncing around and having his only safe place with people who he loves and cares about him be at JFK Middle School, and to please advocate for him. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Modenos.
Lisa Modinos, Florence. There have been folks saying things like, stop asking for more money for the schools. Money can't fix everything. Reframe, be more creative. Such language is insulting, especially for special education. That elected officials and folks running to become elected officials are spewing this nonsense is embarrassing. Reminds me of a quote by disability activist Stella Young. No amount of smiling at a flight of stairs has ever made it turn into a ramp. I'll add that no amount of creativity to deal with the crisis in our schools is going to help a dyslexic child learn to read. You know what will? People certified in methods specific for dyslexia. That costs money. No amount of creativity will help a child who is grade levels behind in reading or math to learn or catch up with their peers. You know what will? Certified reading and math interventionists. That costs money. No amount of creativity can replace staff who are licensed. That we have intensive needs programming running in our schools right now with not one person in the entire district licensed in severe disabilities or the DESE autism endorsement is criminal. The case report highlighted this as a problem. I can only imagine the violations and trauma coming down the pike. Those licenses and endorsements, they cost money. See the pattern? We have over 600 IEPs in the district, and despite the spin from the district regarding the violations to IEPs, they're not all about paras calling out sick. That's deflection and anti-worker propaganda. Services across grids are not being met, mainly due to the mayor's budget cuts. That's money. So when people say, stop asking for money, reframe, be more creative, they're revealing how profoundly ignorant they are. When those same people are running for election or re-election, we are in serious trouble, Northampton. 44% of the children in our district are high needs, defined as either low income, economically disadvantaged, English learner or former English learner, or a student with disabilities. When any of these categories intersect with disability, the statistics for trauma, for failure, and the special education of prison pipeline are profound. Budget cuts are equity issues, and disabled children matter. We don't need to be told to be more creative. We need elected officials, a superintendent, and a director of student services to prioritize children over capital, especially our most vulnerable children. Stop insulting the children of Northampton by telling the already hemorrhaging schools, stop asking for more money. Reframe. Just be creative. Creativity won't turn stairs into a ramp. Money will. Stop defunding public education in Northampton. You are harming our children, especially our most vulnerable children. Fully fund our schools.
Rachel Nicholas.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Rachel Nicholas. I live in Montgomery, Massachusetts, but I am the district literacy coach. Though I originally was hired to focus on the elementary school levels, K through 5, my role has expanded to service all the schools this year. As a result, I have a unique perspective, I believe, in the issues that are facing our school population. The math coach, Diana Smith, and I have worked tirelessly over the last few years to support teachers in implementing new high-quality instructional materials with research-backed curriculum. Most of this curriculum was paid for entirely with grants from the state and no additional money being put forward by the Northampton Public Schools, which is also unique. Most other school districts pay for curriculum. We've never done that here. While this has been incredibly rewarding and I still love my job, I see the struggle that administrators and teachers face daily as a result of defunding our schools. The Northampton government and community like to throw phrases like equity and social justice around, while at the same time rolling the rug out from under our neediest students, because the one institution that has proven over time to even the playing field is indeed education. Recent report from the Urban Institute shows that when demographic adjustments are applied to our recent NAEP scores in reading, southern states like Mississippi and Louisiana and Alabama are actually doing a better job of closing gaps between the neediest students and white high-income earners. As someone who strongly believes that literacy is the greatest civil rights issue of our time, I am lobbying for more support for our schools, in particular for the hiring of additional intervention teachers and funding the schools so that we are not relying on grants to meet state requirements and federal requirements. Money spent in this way will result in savings in the long run. The earlier that we intervene and target our instruction, the more likely it is that we can rewire our students' brain. That is what neuroscience tells us. When we do this, outcomes improve for students, and these outcomes result in lower special ed costs, as well as fewer trauma and behavioral needs among our students because they're getting what they need and they don't feel frustrated and angry.
That is time. Can you please finish your sentence?
I'm done.
Great. Thank you so much. Next is Bo Clark.
Hello. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, cool. My name is Bo Clark. Hi, I work at NHS. I'm the Internship and Innovation Pathways Coordinator, which is a pretty long title, and I just want to share a little bit about what I do. So I am the work-based learning coordinator at the high school. I oversee the internship course, the work study course, the teacher's assistant program, which are all very popular. There's more students every semester that want to take the course than we can have sign up. So I have a wait list every semester that's pretty long. I also oversee both of the school's innovation pathways. We have one in healthcare and we have one in IT. And the target goal for both of those is 15 students per class per pathway. So pathway students total about 120 students out of our student body, which is pretty significant and amazing. I also co-advise the GSA. We have the Gender Sexuality Alliance, which is booming right now. Our enrollment is good. The students are really coming together and supporting each other. I also co-advise YEA, which is the Youth for Equity and Action Club, making a lot of important change in our school and in our district around restorative practices. Hot off the press, I am also the co-advisor for the class of 2029. For this year, for the freshmen, because they couldn't find anyone to do it, and I think it will be fun. And I have been asked by students to advise at least 2 more clubs this semester that I had to turn down. And I also am responsible for the peer tutoring network at the school. So I do a lot of different things. I would say often it feels like the job of at least 2 people, and I see this of my colleagues. I think this is pretty on par with the work a lot of my colleagues are doing. Like, we are putting in every hour, we are doing extra stuff that students need. Students come to me all the time, and I am helping them with stuff that is outside of exactly what my job description is, but there's no one else to help them available. And I see, we're doing evening events. I have club events for these things on the weekends. The need of the students right now is so high, and the population of students I work, I would say the most intensively with is often special education students, economically disadvantaged students, first generation students, so parents that haven't gone to college, former ELL students, and I absolutely love my job, and at the same time, I wish I could clone myself. There are just simply not enough hours in the day, and I feel it that way about a lot of other positions at our school. For example, when we have days where a lot of faculty are out, we're pulling people to sub, so I'll offer to sub in the library, or else the library will be closed and locked for the day, which is a thing that I take pretty seriously. It's a community space in our school, so I'll be doing that. I'll be having meetings behind the desk. Since we no longer have a tech integrationist, I'll be power washing Chromebooks.
That's time. Can you please finish your sentence, please?
Yeah, I want to stress, everyone is really putting in 110% all the time, and I think that's part of why we have a lot of high turnover. So fixing understaffing is going to be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Zara. Next.
Hello. Zara Usman. I live in Florence. I'm a senior at NHS. So this week has been a lot. I think you guys, we all know about the flex situation at this point. And I do just want to say that contrary to something that was implied earlier, while we did know about the Amherst complaint, Mr. Taglieri did ask representatives of DESE for guidance at a conference he was at over the summer, and I'm sure I just want to defend him for a second because they told him that they would publish guidance. So this complaint is coming and upended things before there was even guidance on how we could fix our flex system to be more in line with it. So this isn't a change he wanted to make, and it's not his fault. So now I'm going to talk about how disruptive it is. Yeah, my clubs don't meet in flex. Student union, we meet out of school, and our subcommittees tend to meet before school. We wanted to move to subcommittees meeting in flex this year, but that won't happen, and that's okay. We can do what we've been doing, and that's fine. So who does this really affect? It affects the students, LGBTQ students with the clubs who maybe their parents, they don't know, and they can't meet out of school. It affects low-income students of color, and that there's obviously correlation there. We know about it. We talk about it every meeting. And who can't meet out of school because of a job or familial responsibilities. People who aren't as privileged as a lot of mostly student union members who can meet from 6:30 to 8 on Mondays. So these clubs are really necessary. And having them meet in school is an equity issue. It needs to happen. There have been so many tears this week about these clubs not being able to meet, and that's really understandable. Another thing too, like being locked in a specific teacher's classroom that you have next semester. Next semester, I'm going to have 2 classes in NHS, and I feel like 2 options. What if they're both full? Like, it's not necessarily really going to work, and especially if you want to ask your teacher, like sometimes I would go to Miss Todd Hunter this year and ask her about something for my Smith class because I just can't go and ask my Smith professor during the 35 minutes of flex a question. So I'd be like, oh, do you think that this line of argument works? Because she taught me AP Euro that last year and we have a good relationship. So it's disruptive to learning in multiple ways, because how am I supposed to get the help I need when I can't just like go and ask my professor? I mean, I'm not a Smith student, and we all know that. So we really need to think about how we're going to handle this. And yeah, it's a state issue. Dr. Bonner said that. But that's not just a state issue for Zara and Ana Lucia to take on. And I really urge you all to write to our representatives because we really need help. This is not something that I can handle by myself. Everyone keeps asking me what to do, and I love that. And I can totally help. But this is also on all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Gaurav Jajnani.
Hi all. Thank you to all the school staff here tonight sharing your experiences on your own time. I'm sorry that because our mayor has gutted staffing, you're getting worked to the bone. I want to talk about the irresponsibility of our school leadership, particularly in terms of special ed. I also want to suggest some ways to improve the current mess, besides, of course, voting in a new mayor next month. We paid the Case Collaborative thousands of dollars to evaluate special ed in our district. They found that trust is completely broken between families and the district and between families and the Student Services Office. They identified, quote, a deep erosion of trust that has persisted for many years. We, the parents, have been telling you this, and you ignored us. Please don't let the superintendent and student services director sweep this under the rug once again. I know from direct conversations with other parents that this exact same problem is continuing this year at the high school, middle school, and elementary levels. Because the specific compliance steps dictated by DESE say track paraeducator services, the district is now trying to institute a tracking system that ignores all other services that students with disabilities rely on and that they are frequently not provided. Please include tracking of SLP, occupational therapy, counselor, and other services in this new tracking system. This can be very simple. We just need one point of contact where service provision is recorded by all staff members. You can just embrace input from CPAC. Why not accept their expertise and free labor? These are parents who have expertise from being the parents of kids with special ed services. This is a great way to rebuild trust. This is what the consultants have told you to do. Why not do it? The draft of a mediation process that was written up and sent out lists 3 weeks of meeting with roughly 3 parents as a way to rebuild years of dishonesty, rights violations, and broken trust. It demonstrates that our leadership can't grasp the scope of the problem or the damage the district has done. I've been trying to make sense of Director Holloway's statements last month during the school committee meeting. When I was speaking at public comment at the start and I was talking about how our school committee has failed its obligation to our students, I didn't understand why the SPED director looked so perturbed. Then, once the superintendent gave him all her time for a specific planned presentation, likely in violation of open meeting law, I understood better. The problem was I was telling the truth. Despite all the failures and disappointments that I and other parents have experienced in this district and with its leadership, it didn't occur to me that denying, distorting, and minimizing the problems we all see is just business as usual. Even when the state issues a, sorry?
That's time. Can you finish your sentence, please?
As per the last 7 times I've been here, I would like an accommodation for disability.
Okay, you're supposed to request it before you start, but I'll give you another 3 minutes.
All right, sorry. I know that you tried to take away my right to those accommodations my first time I spoke, but I thought you would know by now, after 7 other times speaking, that I would like accommodations. I want to emphasize this not least because my ward rep, Margaret Miller, seemed to buy into what the director shared last time. So let me be clear. This violation found by Desi is a failure of our district. This is a big deal. This is not something that happens all the time in lots of districts. This is not just a misunderstanding or a failure of record keeping. We are talking about widespread violations of the law according to the state. Mayor Chiara, you're running for re-election. You acknowledge that there was some problem recently in the reminder, but your only role in addressing this problem has been making it worse by eliminating staff positions in the district every year of your term. This is a district that has been screwing over our children. The mayor and her staff have decided to make our children's lives worse and risk ruining their futures to save a few bucks. It's penny wise and pound foolish, and it's disproportionately poor children and children of color who are affected by this. It's people who don't have the resources to fight, just like NPS counselor Lori Sperry acknowledged on the hot mic recording earlier this year. Thank you, Rachel, for what you said a few minutes ago as an educator. This is statistically worse than Mississippi. Mayor Chiara is showing us what racism in action looks like. This is a district where the leadership, like Superintendent Bonner and Director Holloway, and likely their predecessors, where it seems that these 2 people either had no idea what was happening under their noses in their own house in terms of rampant IEP violations, or they knew the district was and is full of violations, and they didn't care or bother to fix it. I really can't figure out which one is worse. Up to now, the district has put in a lot of effort, even in the last month and a half since the DESI finding. You've put in a lot of effort and made a lot of choices that have alienated parents further. And there have been so many choices by principals and student services for years to violate IEPs or not provide any meaningful level of oversight. Please embrace CPAC input, embrace what parents are telling you. If you want to rebuild trust, stop lying about and minimizing the DESI findings. Our state has determined we have systemic issues, that we have been violating IEPs across the district. Please take it seriously. Instead of PR, like your ridiculous press release, make your priority fixing the problem, make an effort to rebuild trust, and get us leadership who tell the truth and do their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carrie Foley.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Carrie Foley. I live in Ward 5 in Northampton. I'm a special education teacher at Bridge Street. When we have a chance to pause and think back to our childhood selves, we can probably remember people we were in elementary school, and then middle school, and then high school. Those versions of ourselves stay with us well into adulthood, even when we become very different people as adults. I'm sure each of us could come up with at least one memory of a chunk of those years that were hard, whether on a large scale or a small scale. And we probably could remember whether there was an adult who noticed or didn't notice. As nearly all of our state and national systems shift in the world right now, It's up to us to decide how we are going to support and nurture the young people in Northampton as they reach elementary and adolescent years. We are the adults that can notice or not notice. As a parent of a teenager and an elementary school teacher for students who have many vulnerabilities, I wonder constantly about education. How do we continue on with limited resources and limited opportunities? At the very least, we would want students to be young citizens able to read and solve math problems in grocery stores and restaurants. We want them to become community members able to have conversations with a range of people. We want them to be able to explore hobbies and be social so that they can build communities. We especially want them to be able to address and resolve conflict and learn how to navigate difficult situations. We don't have the resources to do this in our schools right now. To secure a yo-yo performer to bring some fun and humor to a school day at Bridge Street, I've spent hours on emails and grant writing to secure the funds. Grants, even small grants through NEF, are competitive. Funding for my grant means that someone else's project at a different building probably didn't get funded. As my colleague Nora has already shared, we need resources to support all of the students in Northampton. We need front office clerks back at all the buildings. We need reading and math interventionists to be equally distributed among all the schools. We need more special education teachers and paras based on the needs at each building. We need more school counselors to support students' mental health struggles. We need building subs. We need behavior support staff. We need time for collaboration with each other. We need supplies for our classrooms that isn't funded with our own money. We need resources for simple events like an entertainer to bring some laughter to a day in our buildings. We are continuing to work with limited resources and staff in all our buildings. We can't collaborate and be creative without resources this year. We ask that you be creative and please find a way to allocate resources to all of our buildings to support our students this year. Thank you.
Rebecca Edwards.
Hello, everybody. I don't know how you all look like you're just like sitting here calmly because I'm running around like a maniac trying to like help my kids with everything they need at night and also be in front of the screen. So this is crazy, but I am here because I think this is really important. So my ongoing soapbox is out of school time, and I am just here to remind you all that we have like a deadline because I know like people are actually working really hard to make this change, and I'm really grateful. People really see the equity issue around it, and out of school time is actually something that we can implement that doesn't take money away from the school budget and could actually add money to the school budget, or at least make itself whole while supporting the most marginalized of our community and everybody else. So everybody needs this extra care, and it supports all families. And right now that isn't accessible across the board. So thank you, like huge thank you to those who are really taking this on and working on it. I'm just here to remind you that we have a timeline, because like when the Y starts enrolling people, like that's it, because families will have to choose to set up their aftercare for next year, and we have to give the Y notice if we're going to give the Y notice. So I know it's this huge process, like, and a lot of research goes into it, and there are a lot of details, and I think that's why it's been so hard for all of these years to make it happen. But we know it's really important. I know, like, I'm on the same page as everybody in this meeting, so then the question is just like getting it over the goal. I'm not a sports person, you know what I mean, the metaphor. Getting it through the net, getting it into the success of everybody having aftercare. It's going to be great. We have a wonderful model that's already functioning in our community. We can utilize that. We don't even have to reinvent the wheel. Let us do it. Please let me know how I can help. I'm here to make it happen, to support the process. So that's all. That's my soapbox. I really am happy that I have a soapbox that isn't trying to take money from the community, but can still serve everybody. So thank you. All right, back to parenting.
Thank you. All right. iPhone, please state your name and your city or town.
It's Marisa. I'm sorry, I'm on my phone tonight. I'm gonna leave my my camera off.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say, before I read my
Marisa.
statement here, that I'm kind of terrified. But I'm going to read my statement anyway, because I think it's important. Here we go. We can agree to disagree and still love each other unless our disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist. James Baldwin. That is what's happening here. We are fighting for the humanity of our students as well as staff in this district. Black and brown, those on IEPs and those on 504s, and those who are not. We fight for all students. This should be the focus of our discussion. Instead, we are being called divisive for speaking out. We should be able to look at the data and see that we need change. Our children need us now. They cannot wait any longer to learn to read or have their IEPs followed for various reasons or be given access to learning. They need change now. We owe them this. As a longtime paraprofessional in our district, I see the needs every single day. And I see that the burden is carried disproportionately by our Black, brown, and poor children. This is a huge equity issue, and we need to do better. It is time for the adults to put the children first and do some self-reflection. I know I have, and work this out. I'm speaking here today from a place of love for our children and love for our schools, and a sense of how much better we could do if we are all willing to open our eyes and our hearts and see what is happening to our most vulnerable children in our city. We need to collectively stop denying this reality so that we can come together to better serve our children. History will judge us. Which side do you want to be on? I know for myself that I stand unequivocally with our Black and brown and poor children, those on IEPs and those on 504s. And we are begging you to come and stand with us. Give up the old arguments and commit to giving our children what they need now. What could be more important? Thank you.
Thank you. Waverly?
Hey guys, can you hear me okay? Is it very loud?
No.
It's okay. So I wanted to let you know that I'm having an issue with one of our former students from Bridge Street who is essentially unhoused right now. And the problem that I'm having, and the reason I want to make you aware of it, is because the problem I'm having is at the state level trying to deal with this. And that's really frustrating me because this seems like it should have been dealt with at the district level. And what the situation is that we have a family that's got unstable housing and is basically sort of couch surfing with a friend. It's very clear that this is not stable and not permanent. And so they should be considered under McKinney-Vento to be here, to be part of our district, and they want to be here and need to be here for their stability. And the child has gone through, of course, so much, because the housing instability is not the only thing, right? Like, that's just a symptom of many other things that have gone very badly for this child. So I wrote to Director Holloway, and I asked that he reinstate the child's enrollment here. And I let him know that I had been working with state representatives, nonprofit executives. Many of us have been in this family's life for years, trying to ensure that they have stability here. They are a valued member of our community, and they're a child. And instead, it went up to the state. The family had to file an appeal because the district wouldn't let them back in. And the state is under the impression that they have some kind of a lease that they don't have. The documentation or the story that's been provided provided to them, possibly from the district, is not accurate. And it's just adding so many layers of complexity. You know, I'm having to help this family find legal advice, and I am turning to you because I really think that this is something that should have been resolved sooner. You know, I didn't find out about it until it was already up at the state level under appeal. On the other hand, some good news I have for you is that I got to go to Bridge Street School the other day, and I cannot emphasize enough how beloved the new principal is and what a good job he is doing. I was in my own child's IEP meeting, and the rapport with the parents, the connection, the warmth in the room, you can see that teachers have a huge weight off their shoulders. Everything is very different in that school right now. But they are short things like a key fob that they've been waiting for, electronic key fob. If you could help them with that. They're also waiting for a walkie-talkie, and our walkie-talkies cost $4,500 because they're tied into the police system. So I don't know if we can get together with the head of IT and figure out how we might be able to buy something cheaper that does the trick and ties in, or if we can ask the mayor for an appropriation. But the teachers are really at their wits' end waiting for this walkie-talkie, and it sounds like it's an essential safety issue. But that's all I want to report to you. Please feel free to reach out if I can give you any details on any of these issues. And the last thing I'll tell you is that the new principal and the new school psychologist and Julio and Miss Daniels and Miss Foley are just incredible experts. If these people were cellists, Yo-Yo Ma would not be holding a candle to them. So I hope that whenever you hear from these teachers, even though they have these modest careers, you understand that you are dealing with some of the greatest experts in the world. Their excellent expertise is just really not something you should overlook. Please listen to them. It's like listen to the nuclear engineer when he tells you what the plant needs. These people have modest incomes, but tremendous ability. It's just very easy to recognize, and I appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room? Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Deborah Thompson, and I live in Florence. You guys all knew about this stuff before. I've called some of you. I've written to some of you. Sometimes people call back. Sometimes they don't. There's been a violation of least restrictive environment at the high school just by the very nature of having to pull kids out of an academic class to get services. I've talked to anyone who will listen about this for 3 years. My understanding is some of the CPAC officers in the past have brought this up in the past. To Ben's credit, we're talking a lot about the high school here. First time I met with Ben, we talked about the high school and trying to create a way that kids can get services without losing a quarter of their academic time. But what happens to these kids is that they have to choose between having the support that is their legal right in their IEP or having an academic class, and that's just wrong. So whatever happened to Flex, I'm watching my language, is just so messed up for you guys, and you guys should not be punished with Flex because of something this district already knew about. I get calls a lot to look at other parents and other children's IEPs. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an advocate. I care about these kids. I shouldn't have to get these calls. I shouldn't have to come to these meetings and ask you guys to be the advocate. Parents with money can pay an advocate, and then they get on paper what their kid's supposed to have. I know that's not always the case. I know that these hardworking teachers and heads of school, they do their jobs. They do the jobs of 10, 20 people sometimes. They identify these kids. There's no money to help these kids. So it seems like almost on purpose these kids aren't identified. It took that hot mic incident for us to do a self-funded audit. And I'm sorry this is not about the high school, Ben, but they didn't even look at the high school yet. I got invited to that session. It was about elementary, and it was about JFK. So there's a whole world of stuff that's still not happening there. And I see you guys sometimes roll your eyes or take deep breaths or whatever. I just saw you do it to me now. This is a crisis in the schools, and it's your jobs to fix it. It's not my job to fix it. It's not my job to come here and make a jerk of myself or blast my kids' private information to try to make you guys care or call us back. I don't even know. That's not what I came here to say today, but I'm just looking at these faces week after week, or, Zara having to come in. She's a student. And thank you. And thank you for the wonderful forum the other night, too. I meant to tell you that. But yeah. Okay. I'm trying to think of my final sentence because I blew my whole comment time. Do something. Some of you guys are leaving. You have nothing to lose. You know what's wrong. Fix it. Don't lay this on educators. Don't lay this on families. Don't lay it on the heads of school. Thanks.
If anybody has Margaret Miller's husband, John's telephone number, if they could get that to me right away, that'd be really great.
I don't. I've got her number, but not her husband's.
Okay, Rachel on Zoom.
Hi. Hi, this is Rachel Stapley-Hale, live in Northampton. I'm a math teacher at Northampton High. I'm in my 19th year there. Wasn't planning on talking tonight, so I don't have something prepared, but what I want to do is just share my perspective from someone who has been teaching in the district for almost 20 years. And the thing I want to share is that what we've been cited by the state for has been a problem the entire time that I have been teaching in the district. We have perpetuated inequity in so many different ways in this district for the entire time I've been employed here. And all of the wonderful things that happen in our district is credit only to the quality of the people in the schools, the educators and the students populating the schools. We are chronically underfunded. We expect the people employed in our schools to do the work of multiple people. The near decade that I spent as the math department chair, I was basically doing administrative level work for an annual stipend of $2,000. We have no moral ground to stand on at this point as a district. Chronic underfunding of the Northampton public schools has resulted in a crisis. And anyone who doesn't acknowledge that it's a crisis in our public schools in the country, but also in our district, is delusional. We cannot do the work of educating children and caring for their well-being if we don't have interventionists, if we don't have tech people in the building to help students receiving special education services with assistive technology. You're literally depriving a child of the opportunity to learn. I can't underscore how much we need a radical shift in the way that we fund our public schools in this city. That has always been true the whole time that I've been employed in them, and it's extra super true now because we're dealing with the consequences of a year of lockdown and remote learning, which was a trauma for everyone involved, and which we've done basically nothing about or really even acknowledge that trauma. So, I'm gonna retire early because this job has almost killed me, actually almost killed me. So I'm gonna retire the first opportunity I have, and that breaks my heart because I was planning on doing this job until I was like at least 65. I can't because I'll die. So it breaks my heart because we have so much potential in this district and in this city and in these children who we chronically don't do right by. I can't understand why we keep being okay with that. And listen to all of the things that my amazing colleagues have already said tonight. I just felt like I wanted to throw that in because I've got that long-term perspective. Anyone who's trying to spin this as this is a glitch or an anomaly or a recent thing is completely BSing you. This has always been the way that the Northampton public schools are. We have perpetuated iniquity chronically the entire almost 2 decades that I've been employed. And that's just how it is, and that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else in the room? Go ahead.
Melissa Makaborski. I live in Northampton. Money. Mayor, everyone else who's here tonight, Member Davis, I'd like you to think about what that word means to you. Money. Some of us have a lot of it. Some of us don't have quite as much. Money can be used for so many different things. It can be used to make rich people richer. It can be used to help. You told me, Mayor, you said these words to me, and I want to make sure Robbie Sanner-Sullivan hears because she's at a school committee meeting tonight, and I heard her in the forum say that this wasn't true, but you said it to me directly, that you have not given enough money to the schools. You said those words. So we know that's true. I have it on film if anyone doesn't believe that wants to see it. So why, in a city with so much money, are we not spending it on helping the people who live here and meeting the needs of our community members so we don't have so much inequity and people getting hurt? We need to think about this. There's an election coming up, and when you vote, make sure that you vote for the people who will move that money to actually helping others. Do not vote for Aline Davis. Do not vote for Mayor Chiara. Do not vote for Robert Sanner-Sullivan. And please do not vote for Megan Wolf. Vote. Everyone vote. We are so close to winning this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kate Fontaine. I am the History and Social Studies Department Chair at Northampton High School. I'm also the Unit A Coordinator for the Northampton Association of School Employees. So you've heard from many of my colleagues tonight about what underfunding means for our schools. All of the roughly 300 members I represent are doing more than one job, and they're working really hard, and they're all incredibly talented professionals. We know we are understaffed. So I've been in this district, I think, for 11 years, and we have never had enough staff in my 11 years at the high school. We know we're approximately a dozen teachers understaffed, but I want to make it really concrete what that means. So I'm the chair of the Social Studies Department. In my 11 years, we have offered ancient history one time due to staffing. There are courses we've had to cut. I can tell you about all the courses in my department we've cut. I can also tell you about all the courses we'd like to offer. I can also tell you about all the courses we normally offer or used to offer and we can't offer anymore, like ancient history, Civil War, Middle Eastern studies. I can also talk about the other departments that can't run their courses. When I started at NHS, there was a forensics class that was extremely popular in the science department. We don't have the staff for it. If you were to ask Ms. Heather Brown, who's been in the district for 28 years, she will tell you that we used to have a jewelry making class. We used to have all kinds of really cool things that kids got to do. One of the programs that we've lost is a culinary program. That was a great program. It was a place where every student could be successful. These are all things that we need. We know we need them. We know we need them. And, you know, it's getting really tired. I started my week in a lockdown with kids with the door barricaded because we thought there was a shooter in the building. And now it's 4 days later and I'm standing here at public comment begging you to do something. We know there's a crisis. There's been a crisis for a long time. Thank you.
Anybody else in the room? Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Heather Brown. I live in Florence, and as Kate Fontaine just mentioned, I've been teaching in the district district. This is my 28th year. And I'm just kind of pulling something together that everybody was talking about. And I made one point of intersection that we don't talk about often, and I think it's important, and I want to put it out there on people's minds. I know that all these other issues are pressing, but I think busing is something that is at the center of a lot of these things. And if we can have a busing study, that can solve so many of the problems that we're having. So when I started at Northampton High School, it was before it was renovated, and the new plan to change the bus lane that we're making now is changing it back to the way it used to be that was deemed not to work. And I don't think anybody else here was working in the district at this time, and I don't know where those files or papers or the building committee study went, but we changed it to the way it is now because it didn't work the way it was before, and they're looking at changing it back. That was when there were 750 students in the building and buses were free. That's a problem, and I really feel like we should talk about it before you start digging it up and making a new route that doesn't work. Also, if we had buses after school, the students who aren't getting to go to clubs can get a bus home. So that's another point about busing. We had talked about electric buses at one point, and that kind of fell by the wayside. That would be environmentally sound and help us get to the carbon neutral. And what was the other thing? Oh, the paying for the buses is causing traffic jams at all the buildings. The police are talking about it. Families are talking about it. Why aren't we talking about it? That's something we need to look at. I feel like that bus intersection point is going to solve a lot of our problems, and we really need to start studying the buses and making it work to help us and not paying tons of money for buses that people have to pay tons of money to get on. And if you look in the windows of them, when I see them in the morning, they're not full. So I don't know what's happening, but we need to fix that. So that should be a point that we study with our new committee next year, and it might help us. And also, I want to thank everybody who speaks here monthly and goes to city council meetings and is engaged, because it's really important. And I want to thank you all for your service and what you've been doing. And I look forward to working with some of you more. Thanks.
Anybody else? Okay. Seeing no more public comment, we're going to move to the next item on the agenda, which is actually executive session. So we are going to go into executive session. We will come back into open session. So you're welcome to stay, but we are going to go to a different room, correct?
Yes.
103. But we need somebody to make a motion, please, for executive session.
I would like to make a motion to enter executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, to comply with or act under the authority of any general or special law or federal grant in aid requirements for the purpose of reviewing and approving executive session minutes to comply with the open meeting law, which is General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 22F and G. Also, executive session under purpose number 3 to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the public body and the chair so declares, as well as purpose 2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for or to conduct collective bargaining sessions. And I already said purpose 3, specifically to review, discuss, and possibly vote to ratify the draft tentative agreement / changes to the 2025 to 2028 collective bargaining agreements with NACE units A, C, and G.
Okay. Second. Motion's made from Member Sarah-Cox, seconded by Member Hennessy. Roll call, please, Cassie.
Yes.
Yes.
We can't hear you, Cassie, if we're on.
Sorry. Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Yes.
You're there.
And Member Miller. Oh, you're muted, Member Miller.
I said yes.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard me.
Yep, got it. Thank you. Okay. We'll meet you all in a, I think I might put Okay. We are back in open session. And thank you for everyone who stuck around. We are moving on to announcements. Member Hennessy.
Well, I don't have an announcement,
Okay.
but I do have a question.
Okay.
Can I ask that now or later?
I guess now? What's
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, is it
It's
the
not
agenda?
a bad question, it is the agenda. I'm wondering if we could move up before recommended actions. Principal Taglieri and Marty Wall's presentations, because they're here and it's late.
We can. Recommended actions are usually pretty fast, but we certainly could. Yes. Can we do announcements though?
Yeah.
Let's do them. Okay. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah. For one thing, I just want to say that after announcements, I'm actually going to be going remote, so I'll be continuing to participate in the meeting, but am taking my kid home. And then my second announcement.
Recording in progress.
And then I also wanted to announce about the Western Massachusetts People's Forum on Graduation Readiness. So obviously, as we all know, MCAS is no longer a graduation requirement. And so there have been, all across the state, there have been these forums to discuss what we want to come instead, how we want to evaluate young students on their graduation readiness. So it is happening October 22nd from 6:30 to 8 p.m. And it's virtual on Zoom. And I know I've posted it on social media. I was just about to say like where people could go to find information, but I just realized that it doesn't have a website on here. But folks can also reach out to me, and I can send them the QR code or the link.
Thank you. Thank you. Member Hennessy, did you have an announcement? No.
I didn't. I
Okay.
forgot to take my hand down.
Member Agna.
Thanks. I was also going to announce what you announced, Emily. And I went to the organizing meeting about it. It's really an exciting process that's happening statewide. And I also, if you want to know more about it, I also have a contact person so people can let me know. And secondly, because of October 22nd being the NEF Spelling Bee, I've already said that I can't make the forum that's going to happen about MCAS, which I'm really disappointed in, but I had agreed to be a judge at the Spelling Bee, which will be my last one. Thank you, NEF, for always wanting to be a judge, but since I was a principal, I was a judge, and then since I'm on school committee, I've been a judge, and it's my last stand. So again, if you're interested in this forum, which is a very exciting effort that's going statewide, just let me know and I'll send you to the right people. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other, Member Miller?
I just wanted to add to the NEF Spelling Bee that they are looking for people to form teams, and they even have sponsors for those teams. So, for example, if the school committee wanted to form a team of 3 people to be on a team at the Spelling Bee, it's an option.
Sounds like you're volunteering to be on a team, Member Miller.
Well, I'd do it, frankly, if there weren't 3 others.
Okay.
I've done it before, and
It's really fun.
it's
It is
amazing.
a lot of fun.
I thought I was a good speller, but you never know till you're on a team.
That's right. Okay, thank you. Any other announcements?
Sorry, my hand is up anew because I found the link. So it's just bit.ly/ed forum. So bit.ly/ed forum, FORUM.
Great, thank you. Okay, I am going to announce the cell phone ad hoc committee. So we have almost everyone assigned to it already. And we're hoping that the first meeting is going to be October 16th. So the members are Anna Lucia Ohm, who's a Northampton High School student, Dawn Nims, who's a JFK parent, Kat Allen, who is a Northampton High School parent, Nina Schreier, who is a lead staff member and also an elementary school parent, Sarah Marcus, who's a Jackson Street School and a JFK parent, Savvy Park, who is a Northampton High School student, Susan Sullivan, who is Northampton High School staff or teacher, Ann Hennessy and Holly Gazy are the 2 school committee members. Thank you for agreeing to do that. Rebecca LeBeau, who's the Ryan Road principal, Ketty Lowry, JFK principal, Diane Zamer, Northampton High School admin person, and then the 2 that we are still working on are a JFK student and a JFK teacher. And so Dr. Bonner is working on that. But again, hopefully their first meeting is going to be October 16th. So thank you everyone who expressed interest. We're really grateful. And thank you for those who are going to serve. Okay. So if there are no other announcements, we are going to, as long as everyone's in agreement, we're going to skip over recommended actions for now, come back to it later, and move straight to new business. And we can welcome Marty Wall from NEF. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. And thanks for the time for this. You all have this in the packet, I think.
Yes.
But I do want to make it public for the welcoming audiences. So we're excited to be able to roll this new structure out now for JFK. We did it last year for the high school, and they've been funded. So this is announcing the JFK's first project in their $80,000 that we have available for them for the next 3 years and perpetually for every 3 years after. So after years of amazing generosity from the greater Northampton community and the steadfast, conscientious collaboration of the innumerable stakeholders involved, we're able to provide much greater funding than ever before. Since its founding in 1991, the Northampton Education Foundation has awarded approximately $2 million to directly benefit the students and educators of the Northampton District Public Schools and Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School. Since the first endowment grant awarded in 2007, it has awarded over $1 million to enhance and enrich the district public school experience in Northampton. This year, under its guidelines, the Northampton Education Foundation is awarding JFK Middle School up to $80,000 over the next 3 years and for every 3 years thereafter to fund creative and meaningful projects and programs. Through the JFK School Council, chaired by Principal Ketty Lowry, and most importantly, with the collective will of innumerable stakeholders, the school and community will utilize these funds to help actualize their collective vision of the middle school experience. This homegrown funding source, invested with the Community Foundation of Western Massachusetts, fully protects its principal and uses only the dividend and interest growth generated. These funds are generated by the Northampton Education Foundation, which is the umbrella of also 6 named funds, which are Bank ESB Fund, Eli Daniel Nemitz Todd Memorial Fund, the Florence Bank Fund for Public Education, the Marie Hershkowitz Memorial Fund, the Northampton Area Pediatrics Fund, and the Principal Gwen Agner Fund for Northampton Public Education. Thanks for your patience on that. So this grant is a 3-year grant. We fully funded it for $17,500, and it's going to create a school store and cafe that's open daily for students to spend the ASK tickets that they receive from teachers during lunch. The 2 goals of this project, and I'll shorten what's in your packet. The 2 goals of the project are to provide a sustainable and preferred reinforcement for students who receive ASK tickets, which it's accountable, safe, and kind program from their teachers throughout the school year. And the second goal is to provide special education students with life skill opportunities in the services required to run a small cafe featuring drinks and snacks for staff and faculty. In this way, JFK plans to create an opportunity for their goals student to practice adaptive skills in a natural setting, which also allows them to make connections with each other and staff throughout the school. So we're very excited that this be the first project that JFK has chosen to have in their $80,000 worth of funding over the next 3 years. And we look forward to them doing more and more and getting as many voices as possible to be included in this decision. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And there'll be more to come. And there'll be more, especially if the endowment grows even further. So we're always accepting donations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Marty, before you take off, Member Stein? I don't know if there's a question or comment.
Yeah, I have a question and a comment. The comment is just sort of to thank you, and as someone who's worked in fundraising for a long time, it's really wonderful to see what you've been able to build, with these funds over time, and I think these new programs are a wonderful way to continue to support sort of innovative and great projects that are arising out of our school community. So I'm really excited about it, and I think it's going to be sort of really meaningful. And I think you've done a really good job, and everyone who's been on the boards and has worked with you. And sort of my question is, because I think you are someone who has a lot of experience fundraising in Northampton for education. And my question is really about what you think the possibilities are for fundraising. And we're in an election season. We're talking a lot about funding schools. People, the state, the local government, etc. Is it feasible for us to expect to raise significant amount of operating dollars a year philanthropically from the community, sort of like based on your experience with the donors that you've worked with? Like, if you have thoughts on that, I'd love to hear it.
So I think the community is amazing and very generous and has been for decades in many ways. And we have found that to be true on an annual basis also. Whether it can substitute, and I think that's maybe what you're asking for, could it be that kind of operational money? I think that would be challenging. I mean, we have fundraising, we fundraise every year, but it's an adjunct kind of adaptation. So it could be challenging. I don't know what the appetite would be for it. It seems, with all the other fundraising going on, it could be quite a bit. So the beauty of the endowment was that we went through that process a couple of times and raised $1 million each time, and then it's grown since then, and now it's there. So to do it again now would be very challenging, I think. But I wouldn't say no to anybody. I mean, if they think they have the appetite to what it takes, they should be able to ask people and see if it makes sense.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for, well, no? Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We don't need Okay, so we are going to stay in new business, and let's do, if it's okay with the body, we'll do the presentation and first reading on the competency determination with Principal Tagliari, and then go down to what should be G, which is discussion time on learning and flex block at NHS, which is also Principal Tagliari, and then we can send you home after that if that's everyone in agreement? Yeah. Okay, great.
So, Ben, while you're coming, I just wanted to introduce very quickly. And so, just to remind everyone, in November 2024, Massachusetts voters approved a ballot question that removed the use of MCAS as the sole basis for meeting the requirements of the state competency determination. In May 2025, the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education voted to amend its regulations on the competency determination. According to the amended regulations, districts must develop a competency determination policy that details how students will meet the new requirements. The policy must be approved by the governing body, and that will be you all, of the district, post it publicly, and submit it to the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. The district's competency determination policy must be approved by the district's governing body no later than December 31st and submitted to the department. Please consider this to be the first reading as we present the policy to the full school committee. And I will turn it over to Ben Tagliere, who's the principal of Northampton High School.
Good evening, and thanks for moving me up on the agenda. Appreciate that. So as Dr. Bonner said, with the ballot initiative that removed MCAS as the source of issuing the competency determination, the state needed to come up. The competency determination requirement for graduation didn't go away. What went away was the ability for MCAS to issue it. And legally, actually, only under very specific circumstances could it be used for that purpose. And then over the summer, we got guidance from the state that said you have to create a local policy for the purpose of issuing a competency determination, and that policy should be rooted in coursework. So identifying courses that align with the state standards that MCAS previously covered, and identify those courses, and then students demonstrate mastery of those standards in those courses, and that's how the competency determination is issued. On a sort of meta level, the way that we approached it was also that almost none of our students wouldn't graduate because of MCAS if they were expecting to graduate. And so this was not a barrier for us previously, and we didn't want the new policy to create barriers that, unintentionally. So we knew that if our students are passing our courses, and the courses identified in the policy, then every one of those students historically has gone on to pass the MCAS. And so it felt confident that by listing the courses that are in the policy, passing those courses would be aligned to the expectations for issuing a competency determination. So that's kind of the big picture around the policy. Essentially, if you pass the courses listed, you earn your competency determination. And our graduation requirements go beyond what is needed to earn the competency determination. So anybody who's just by virtue of meeting our graduation requirements would also be earning the CD portion of that. There are a few nuanced differences, like for instance, an English language learner who's still in the foundational level can take an ELE course and have that count as an English course for this purpose. That's outlined, in the state's guidance. And there's some mechanisms for, like, if a student transfers into the district, how we would determine, but that's not new for us. We've always done that. We look at the transcripts and and kind of match it up to the courses that we offer and issue credit associated with those courses. So I don't know if I have to read the whole policy. I didn't bring a copy of it. I just wanted to describe it in general. I thought, but I don't know if more is required.
Wow, so everyone has a copy of this in their packet, and this is the first step, so it is an opportunity to read. And Member Agna has requested that we actually maybe have a little deeper conversation about this at the next curriculum subcommittee meeting, which is timely, and then we can bring it back to the full school committee during the November meeting so that we can have it adopted. So it'll give you some time to kind of digest it. You'll see that the components, the way that it's set up is based upon how DESE has set up the template for it. You will see that there is an appeals process to any parent who may feel that a course that they feel was justified to meeting the standards. And it goes from the principal's level all the way to superintendent's level with the final say at the board level or school committee level. And then the Principal Tagliere has done a fine job working with not only with our multilingual learners in terms of making sure that their courses count, but also our students with special needs. So you will see that all of that is compensated within the policy itself.
In addition to needing to submit to DESI by the end of the calendar year, it also needs to be translated and posted. Or do we have a plan for translation? Or okay.
Oh, yeah. We have that, and then it has to go into the GEM system, which is a special platform for DESI. And then we must post it on the website. It will be in the program of studies for the next coming year. And we will also send it out to our high school families so that they know what's new via Parent Square. Was there any other area that I?
No, the only other thing I thought of is that part of the urgency for passage is that it applies to our current senior class for
Yes.
graduation requirements. So as soon as they pass that ballot initiative, you could no longer use it for any class other than the class that was already seniors last year. So we need to apply this policy to our current seniors as well.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Thank you, and thank you for putting this together. I appreciated the care that you and Dr. Bonner and everyone showed when we first started talking about this last year to sort of protecting our students and make sure whatever changes happened with the change in the law didn't negatively impact anybody, and I can see that in here too. So I just want to recognize that and say I really appreciate that. And I just have one question, and I'm trying to figure out how to read this. You know, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I understand is we sort of have a mix of standards-based grading and numerical grading. And in this competency determination for graduation, it says, you know, the grading system at Northampton High is unweighted using the 0 to 4.0 scale. Grades are calculated on that 100-point numeric scale with any grade over 60 considered passing and then converted to a 4.0 scale for GPA calculation. Are we similarly converting standards-based grading if we are using those methods of evaluation? And I guess like I'm not sure if the showing mastery section is like what that's referring to, but if there's anything you could share about how the current grading sort of schema at the high school is mapping onto this, that would be great.
Yeah, so currently even our courses that are using more of a standards-based grading approach are converting their grades into numeric grades on a 100-point scale. So every student receives a grade, you know, somewhere between 0 and 100, and then there's ranges of grades within that convert on the 4.0 scale, and that's what I believe is used for the calculation of GPA and within the school. So it's a standards-based approach. I mean, ultimately, I don't want to get too far into this topic, but we want all of our assessments to be aligned to standards, and the feedback is aligned to standards as well. And so it's the methodology of doing that. And a couple of both math and science are really pretty advanced in being able to show a spectrum of mastery on those standards and have that feedback and grading system be based on that. And then for our other subject areas, it's generally more of probably what we were more used to growing up, a traditional 0 to 100 scale, and individual assignments are graded on that scale and used to calculate the grade. What we're working on right now is really ensuring that our assessments are, we have common assessments in courses. That's one of our goals for the year, or the next couple of years, and that those assessments are very clearly aligned to the content and skills standards for that course. So that's an area of growth for us, and we're working on it to really make that explicitly clear when you're looking at what the students are doing in their classes. I will say that this policy, there is no real, every community in the state is developing this policy. There isn't really a model for us to look at. So we are putting this out there and hoping that it complies with, we did file the guidance that the state issued as closely as we could, but there is a little bit of, we hope and guesswork that what we've done aligns to what they're hoping that we'll have done. But we feel pretty good about it, and I think it is certainly within the spirit and intent of the guidance.
Thanks so much.
Member Weisenfreud.
Yeah, thank you again for presenting us with this. And I guess I'm curious, as you were developing it with your colleagues or your thinking partners, or are there, and as we review it even more deeply, are there places or things that you struggled with or that you felt like were controversial, or are there still pieces that you wondered about? Like were there any pieces that were hard decisions, or what can you tell us about the process?
I think probably the two biggest questions that we faced when discussing it was whether or not passing a course was sufficient to demonstrate mastery. And
why is that?
Just if, because there's 60 is passing. You can earn anywhere between 60 and 100. Are we saying, if you get a 60, has that sufficiently demonstrated mastery? And that's when we kind of return back to our initial philosophy, which is if students were passing these courses before, which is true, then they would be passing MCAS as well. Mm-hmm. And so we know that these courses are preparing students to perform at a satisfactory level on the MCAS performance assessment. And so that we held that as the standard, to use that to calibrate our expectations for that. And then the second question was it does ask, how do students demonstrate mastery? The examples in the guidance said final examinations, portfolios, or capstones as examples. And we felt like our assessments are really, our most meaningful assessments are the summative assessments within our units, not a singular comprehensive final exam or project for the whole course. And so that more aligned with our current practice, and I think it, but more adequately, does demonstrate learning because it's done in parts. So we're going to do these standards, and this is how you're going to demonstrate mastery of these standards. Then we're going to move on to the next standards, and we'll demonstrate mastery there, rather than trying, it seems almost impossible, especially with performance-based standards, to do that in a singular type of thing. If that were to somehow not meet the expectations of the guidance, we would have to probably say, okay, well, theoretically, if you took each one of those assessments and put them together, that could be considered a portfolio. But right now, I don't want to create extra work that doesn't promote or improve learning. And that would seem like it would just be extra for the purpose of complying with the guidance.
It's really helpful. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Member Agna.
Thank you, Dr. Bonner, for mentioning that we wanted to delve a little deeper into it in the curriculum subcommittee. And one of the things that I'm hoping that we can have a conversation about, and not necessarily tonight, is that, I've been an educator since MCAS started, and I've always been concerned, and many educators at the time were concerned that we weren't doing the spirit or the plan that the Education Reform Act had asked for, which was more in terms of multiple measures of assessment, because all students don't perform well necessarily on a single test. And it sounds like Principal Taglieri really are doing this, and I'm really excited to hear this, that there may be multiple measures within the competency standards for the classes that are being assessed. So we don't need to talk about it tonight, but I'd love to talk about that more when you come to our curriculum subcommittee. Thank you so much for all this work. It's really exciting.
Member Miller.
You may have already answered this, but I'm just so curious about how you can measure things like artwork and music classes and English classes, like things where you can't just take a test. I'm just curious about that, and I'm very confident that you're delving into this, and I really appreciate all the work you've already done, but that's just my area of question.
All right, so for the purpose of the competency determination, at least for this year, it's only 3 subject areas, so math, English, and science, which were the MCAS tested subjects. Next year, they're going to add U.S. history as a 4th area. So all of our elective areas, like music and art, do not require a competency determination for that subject matter. So these are kind of our traditional core four that would require this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion or questions on competency determination? Okay, so this first reading, you're going to talk about it more in curriculum, and then we will see it back in time for it to get to Desi.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so
You want to move straight into time on learning?
yeah, let's move down to G, which is time on learning and flex block.
Okay, so just a little bit of background before I turn it over to Principal Taglieri. So Massachusetts school districts must adhere to the student learning time regulations, which is from the regulations, 603 CMR 27, which mandate minimum structured learning hours. So 900 hours for elementary, 990 for secondary, and 425 hours for kindergartens per year. These regulations require a minimum of 180 school days per year, with a total of 185 days scheduled for flexibility, and define what counts as structured learning time, excluding activities like lunch, recess, and passing periods. The purpose of the flex block, which Principal Taglieri is going to talk a little bit more about, and then in terms of how they are adjusting the schedule, is to create flexible scheduled time within the school day for students to receive targeted academic support, participate in enrichment activities, complete work, and engage in social emotional learning. These periods allow for personalized learning, student-driven choices and activities, and the equitable provision of resources like extra help or time for passions, which may otherwise be inaccessible after school hours. Additionally, it has become an opportunity for clubs to meet. Although we are just focusing on the high school tonight, JFK also needs to review their flex block and its effects on time on learning. The JLMC has been discussing the format and function of flex, and I will turn it over to Ben Taglieri to point out the changes for this coming semester and what needs to be done to completely adjust the schedule for next school year.
Okay, thank you. I want to start with a little bit of like the narrative of how we got here. So we had instituted a flex block at the high school, I think in 2022-23 was the first school year, maybe 21-22. And last year was, obviously we're entering contract negotiations, and it hadn't really been in the contract. It was only in the contract as a pilot. So we met as a JLMC to talk about the future of flex block at the high school. We surveyed staff and students. It was tremendously popular. Among students, it was like 97 to 98% wanted to basically keep it the way it is. And among staff, there was a vast majority of staff wanted to keep it in some form, and a little bit more variety of what that might look like, but still overwhelmingly like keep flex. We value flex. So we did meet together, we crafted some language, and it did make it into this version of the contract. And then this summer, like I think it was June, we became aware that Amherst had their flex block challenged as not qualifying for time on learning. And I think Brookline and another district in Massachusetts also was in the newspapers for their flex block not satisfying time on learning. So this summer we were at a conference sponsored by DESI, and we were asking, is there any guidance? Like, how do we know if our flex block counts? Because on the other side of things, when you look at the blueprint for multi-tiered systems of support, it suggests creating something like our flex block so that students who do need interventions or additional supports can have time in the day that they can receive those and not miss the delivery of new content in their courses. And so they were both being simultaneously encouraged to have a flex block and then being told that the criteria for it might be stricter than even what the suggested usage of it would be. And so we asked, like, is there guidance? And what we were told is that we'll be issuing guidance. Like, you're not alone. There's a lot of districts in the same boat as you are. And this is from Desi, that, we intend to issue guidance to help guide districts. So Dr. Bonner and I had talked and said, it doesn't make sense to change this twice, right? Like, we can change it now based on what we think the expectations would be, and then new guidance will come out and we'd have to change it again. And so hopefully what can happen is we can wait till the guidance comes out and then make adjustments based on that. Unfortunately, we had a PRS complaint filed with the state around our time on learning, and specifically as it relates to, does FlexBlock count? If FlexBlock does not count as time on learning, we are 90 hours short. This happened roughly 2 weeks ago, roughly, maybe less than 2 weeks ago, where we got notified of the complaint. So then I started doing math and realized that we have to act quickly, because if FlexBlock is found to not count as time on learning, we're right at that line where we're going to go, if I don't change it right away, we are going to cross that threshold where we are not going to be able to meet our time on learning requirements this year. And the corrective action that can come from a PRS complaint isn't negotiable. So they can say, you are 15 hours short of your time on learning, you have to make those up, which means we would have to potentially look at half days, professional development days, extending days, or extra days to make up those hours. So the urgency and why this was done so quickly was to say, we might already even be a little bit under. Every day we continue to run Flex, that the way we were running it puts us in jeopardy of having to make up even more hours. So we talked with the investigator. I got a clear understanding of the definition that they're using, which basically means like all students have to be in front of a certified teacher direct in curriculum-related I'm blanking on the words. Engaged in curricular activities for the classes that they're in, for time to count as time on learning, which meant we couldn't do things like clubs and anything that's like a study hall would have to go. And those were the two biggest things. And then sometimes we even knew that some of our students have developed relationships with teachers that they previously had and may prefer to go to that teacher for support in math. But if that's not their current teacher, we're saying, no, you have to go with your current teacher, both to make sure that we're adhering to the requirement, which is still not 100% clear, but also because this means that more students are now going to have to access their current teachers. And if you're meeting with a past teacher, you may be taking a spot from a current student who really needs that support. So that's how we wound up where we did. I also talked to the principal in Amherst, who was very generous with his time and gave me some guidance on what they did. We're fairly close aligned to what they did. The biggest difference is that they'll say, like, on Monday, you must be with your first period teacher. On Tuesday, you must be with your second period teacher. And one of the trying to preserve the most value of Flex that we can, if you're really struggling in math, you may need to be with your math teacher 3 or 4 days that week. You may be doing fine in your first period class and your second period class. I want to give you the flexibility to go where you need the support the most. Or maybe you missed class on Tuesday and you should have been, one class, let's say you missed first period on Tuesday and that meets on Mondays, you're not going to be able to get the support that you need for the work that you missed for almost a week. So we wanted to still keep some flexibility, but really tighten the restrictions as to where students can be and hope that we're meeting the state's definition of time on learning via the PRS process, such that if we were found to be in violation and a corrective action was taken, we've mitigated to the extent possible the number of hours that we'd be required to make up. And so there was, we met with the JLMC last week, reconvened that group with the union, and said, hey, we need to make these changes. And that meeting happened on Thursday. I issued a memorandum to the staff on Friday. We met as a faculty on Monday to discuss it, and then on Tuesday I met with the students, and we instituted it today.
Thank you for going through all that. Member Stein.
Thanks for the sort of the summary to catch us up on how your experience has been with this in terms of trying to manage it in the timeline. I think it's helpful. I know it's been rather quick, right? And a very large ship to try to steer in a different course in a very short amount of time. I want to sort of, I guess, I have some questions, but I want to add a few things to, I think, the picture that we're all grappling with here. Which, at least from my trying to educate myself on this, right, it appears that most of these laws extend for quite a long time. It seems like some of this was slightly updated in 2021, but it's really clear in the laws, right? It says structured learning time, right? And this is the DESI's guidance related to this currently, right? Shall mean time during which students are engaged in regularly scheduled instruction, learning activities, or learning assessments within the curriculum for study of the quote core subjects and quote other subjects, right? And it says, in addition to classroom time where both teachers and students are present, structured learning time may include directed study, independent study, technology-assisted learning, presentations by persons other than teachers, school and work programs, and statewide students' performance assessments, right? That's a lot of things, but I don't really see how after school club time fits into those, right? So I think it's probably been clear for a while that we have a problem. And it's been pointed out by past school committee members that have looked at sort of the program of study. The other real issue for us is that we're 90 hours short, as you said. Amherst was like, I don't know, 6.5. Right? It's easy to absorb 6.5 hours over the course of a year. It's really hard to absorb 90 hours, which is why you're rightfully saying we kind of make some movements now because we're going to fall behind. So, we obviously have to deal with it. I don't see how we're not going to be found in violation, as you say. So I just have another question about this that I'm having a hard time wrapping well, two questions. One is like, what is the argument to say that the current flex block conforms with this definition in the guidance and in the law that it is structured, scheduled instruction, right? So that's one question. Like, what is our argument to say we're actually meeting the standard as we understand it? And the second question is like, and I don't know, I haven't had a student of my own go through NHS, but could you sort of talk to us about the relationship between flex block and learning strategies and regular core classes, right? So like part of what I heard you saying in your last comment was about how students that may need additional help are accessing that help. I know learning strategies is part of that, but that's also like, I'm just trying to understand the ecosystem of the way we are providing both structured class time, how we're providing this other opportunity to work with educators and learning strategies, and how the flex block sort of fits in or overlaps with any of this.
Okay, so I'll take I think I have all the parts of the question. As you mentioned, the definition of time on learning includes a lot of different possibilities. Independent study, could that be in a study hall? How are we interpreting that language? And so as it seemed like districts, and this is not unique to us, and I do take some comfort in knowing that like other fairly high-performing respected districts did the same thing we did. As a community of educators came together and said, this is what we think is best for students, and created this opportunity within the day. So then it just comes down to a matter of interpretation. How are you interpreting this language, and what's the criteria for interpretation? And we kind of all thought like, the interpretation will catch up with the practice. So we're kind of being encouraged to do this, and they'll interpret this language to allow for this to happen. And maybe there'll be things like clubs that they say, no, that doesn't meet the criteria. Or what I'm actually hoping for is that there's a process by which we can approve certain clubs that meet the criteria of learning, and that would come to the school committee for approval, and if so approved, be allowed to meet during the school day, because we recognize a significant contribution to student learning that could result from those clubs. That's a possibility. I'm getting way ahead of myself on that. But that was sort of, there's so many things that are listed. We don't know what the interpretation is. That's why we sought clarification, and didn't get it until the investigation was launched. That was the first time we had somebody from the state in this one particular branch of DESE, which is not inclusive of, one of the things that I learned throughout this process is that DESE is somewhat siloed. They don't necessarily talk to, like different departments within the department don't necessarily talk to each other. And so this department is interpreting the rules based on the traditional definition. I think there's probably other parts of DESE that would like to interpret this language a little differently. As far as how it coincides with special education and MTSS. MTSS is for all students regardless of their special education status. So it includes students on IEPs, 504s, and students with no plans at all. And it's supposed to be more responsive in real time. And so as any student is starting to struggle, pulling together a team of teachers and counselors and administrators and saying, what's going on with this student? Like, you know, what are you experiencing in your class? What am I experiencing? Maybe it's attendance, maybe it's behavioral, maybe it's academic. And then what are some things we can try? And then we try those for a short period of time. We see how they're working and gather some data on that. And then maybe it works, and then it's great, and we're back on track, and that's the end of that short-term intervention. Or maybe we need to increase that level of intervention and try some different things, or more intensive things. And it runs in parallel to other services that students may be receiving. This is something that's one of our goals as a school, to grow that practice, to improve that practice, to increase the number of interventions that we can provide, our capacity to provide more interventions for all of our students. But immediately what it would allow to happen is, like, let's say a student's struggling in math and we discover that the student's getting really frustrated every time they encounter a problem that has a fraction in it. And we realize that the student has a gap in their learning related to fractions and could really use some intensive intervention in understanding how fractions are done. And that could happen now with their current math teacher. Potentially, if we had a math interventionist, that could be a math interventionist. But it gives them a time to do that where they're not missing current class. The other thing that we really use it for is reassessments. So in the courses that do follow a standards-based grading approach, and where reassessment is a huge component to that, a lot of our students are engaged in reassessments during this time. And that's separate from the MTSS thing, but it's another thing that, as we tried to make that shift, it was really dependent on having a flex block and being able to do that during that time, because not all of the students are going to be engaged in that, every day, or when it's offered. So just to have that flexible time to more dynamically meet students' needs. And then if students are really excelling and they're doing great in all their classes, having opportunities for them to do enriching things like clubs or activities, or independently work because they are, self-motivated and have the grade level skills and knowledge to be able to access the curriculum on their own. That seemed reasonable as well. So that's kind of how we were thinking about it, and hoping that the interpretation of that language would allow for those things. But at this point, based on what I've learned about how the PRS system is interpreting that language, I'm not even going to fight them to suggest that what we're doing would meet their definition or their interpretation of that language. It's way too risky. Because if we were to lose that argument, then the corrective action could be making up all the hours that we're under.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Just a quick follow-up. Part of what I was trying to get at, I understand what you're saying about FlexBlock being a site for potential MTSS interventions, right? And I know we don't really have interventionists, as you're saying, but my other question was about how learning strategy, so is learning strategies completely separate from FlexBlock? Does it occur at a different time, or does it is that something that kids take in place of FlexBlock, or do they take it in place of another learning block?
So learning strategies takes place as a learning block, so a full block, a regular. It could be any one of the periods of the day, and they take that then. Where FlexBlock does come into play, as far as special education services are concerned, are our learning labs, that's usually like a 30-minute a week meeting with a special education teacher, and it can occur during flex block. It doesn't always occur during flex block, but it can occur during that time. And so that's a way that some of our students receive that service. But it's not, so flex for our students with strategies, flex is in addition to that. For our students with labs, sometimes it coincides with it.
Okay, so it would be the case then, like if a student is on, is registered for learning, learning strategies, like they're only actually getting 2 core curriculum blocks a day, right? They would have learning strategies, which is going to be specific to their particular needs, and then they're going to have 2 core curriculum classes, and then they're going to have flex block, right?
No, 3. So our schedule is we go first period, 74 minutes, flex block 35 minutes, and then second period 74 minutes, third period 74 minutes, and fourth period 74 minutes.
So there'll be 3 learning solutions and a flex. Okay, great. And just sort of the last question, and I don't know if you're going to sort of get to this, but it sounds like everyone, all the students and families and educators really value what FlexBlock enables. It's hard for us is like, how do you maintain any of that and meet the 990 without extending the school day? And so like, I'm wondering like where you're landing in the actual hours to address it.
So I issued the memorandum and these changes that require students to be with a teacher that they currently have engaged in curriculum-related instruction or enrichment, with the belief that will count as time on learning. So based on the definition that I heard, which I think the core requirements is to be with a certified teacher that you currently have engaged in curriculum-related activities, that meets the definition of time on learning, and so we're making sure that all students are doing that as of today.
And we didn't get the memo, right? So we didn't actually see what was sent out and what was communicated.
Okay.
So could you just sort of, I'm sorry, I was trying to piece together what you were saying in my mind. So if we have the current schedule now, which I think is like 4 blocks, 4 4 class periods, and then the flex block. So are you saying that what we're going to do is try to meet the standard by having a teacher involved during the flex? Like, I'm just missing it. Probably because I haven't read the memo.
Yeah, sorry about that. And I don't think I sent you the memo. I'm moving very fast. So yes, we're not changing our schedule. Changing our schedule at this time to eliminate the flex period altogether would be super problematic for our kids enrolled in Smith College classes or dual enrollment classes, anything engaged with the community, like work study. If there's anything outside of our building, it's based on the times that we started the year with. If I were to remove flex now, it changes all those times. So my goal is to keep flex, but make it so that it meets the definition of time on learning, so that the schedule doesn't change. That's what Amherst did. They still have a flex block. It's at their end of their day. The difference for them is that they do assign where the students go. I guess I would say one risk that I'm taking is allowing students to still pick where they go, but limiting it to only the teachers that they currently have a class with. So it still can more dynamically meet their needs. So like they don't have to go to extra history if they're doing really well in history and they're struggling in math. They can go get extra math as much as they need of it. And that's the spirit of the block, right? To have that, it's a flex block, it's called flex, so that we can more dynamically meet the needs of the kids. So that's probably the biggest difference between what Amherst did to satisfy the requirement and what we're doing to satisfy the requirement. But my hope is and belief is that once this is reviewed, this will count as time on learning now.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, thanks. Excuse me. I just a couple of jargony things that, especially for folks who are watching at home, Can you tell us what JLMC stands for and what, I think you called it NPS? I mean,
PRS.
other than Northampton Public, PRS, thank you.
Sure. Sorry about that. JLMC is Joint Labor Management Committee. So sometimes in contract negotiations, you can say this is too big for the whole team to deal with, and it's just going to hold things up. We'll establish a JLMC to deal with that specific subject. So rather than have flex block be negotiated as part of like your big negotiating teams, you designate it to a special team. They work on the language, and then once they agree on the language, they bring it back to the whole team, and they say, we've already gone over this, and we're good. We can add that language to the contract. PRS is the problem resolution system, which allows any community member to issue a complaint if they feel that their school is in some way violating a statute related to education. So in this case, the complaint came that we are not meeting our time on learning requirements, and we need to be investigated. I've never been through one of these before, so this is new to me as well. But I am told it is not a process where you can collaborate or negotiate or say it's sort of they look at what you did and either it's wrong and they tell you how to fix it, or they're fine with it, and that you don't have once they tell you how to fix it, it's called a corrective action. You have to do whatever is stated in that corrective action.
Okay. Well, thank you for your nimbleness and for the thoroughness of your presentation. And I appreciate the allowing what flexibility you can in the system. When I asked Annalisa earlier about does she agree that flex block is not, useful time on learning. She did not, right? She, as you have expressed, she agreed with you that it is a valuable thing. And so really for me, it's about, okay, well, how do we structure the things that we want to happen in the school day in a way that on paper is copacetic, because we know that this is academically, sound, and our educators have we've been collaborating on this for many years. So that's those are just my thoughts on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Member LaBounty.
Thank you for the presentation. I also really appreciate your being flexible about the allowing to go to the class that you need. I know for my son, the reason that he is willing to take sort of AP classes and maybe areas he wasn't feeling so secure about is because he knew he could do reassessments. He knew he could take that extra time and go back to that teacher and take a chance on not doing so well the first time. So I think that's really important. So thank you for that. And I did have one question, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Before, I thought there was a limit on the number of kids per classroom for flex. So does that mean now we have more kids that are required to go to the classrooms, or how will that be handled? Or maybe I don't have that quite right.
No, actually, I'm glad you brought that up because that actually was a really significant aspect of this. And I want to thank NACE for working with me on it. We reconvened the JLMC last Thursday and said, here's what's going on. We went through everything. And I think we're going to need to raise the cap from 15 to 20 to make this work. And they understood and they agreed. And we're still working it out completely, but they've been good partners in addressing this issue. So I appreciate them. But yeah, and actually today was the first day that we did it. I did walk around the building. There were a few classes that had 20 students in it, talked to the teachers. They seemed to think that was going okay because a lot of the kids needed to be there, and so they were mostly engaged. But it wasn't, the majority still managed to be under 15. The math of it is a little tricky. and I won't go into it's getting late, so but it worked out pretty well today. I know it's the first day, but it was my fear of there being rooms with like 25, 30 kids and the teacher not being able to actually give the students the help they needed. I didn't see any evidence of that today. So hopefully that stays the case.
Thank you.
Member Hennessy.
Thank you. Lower my hand. I guess my question was around the 15, so thank you for answering that. I have one other question and two comments. One is, I just want to comment on your process as a teacher. I really appreciate how you did this. You met with the teachers, you met with the students. I know it was a quick timeline, but fantastic. The second is, I'm a huge fan of Flex, similar reasons that Carrie said, Member LeBounty said. I think it's, as a teacher, I'm begging for a Flex block for the reassessments and for giving some students some extra supports. And kids are absent, as we know, chronically these days, that it's just, I hope this works. My question, and you don't have to answer it now, in fact, don't, like some later time, and Dr. Bonner could, I'd love to know how we can advocate on the state level. So that, to me, that's something, I don't know where my power is or where my leverage is, but I think it's a little bit there that we as a body and then we as an individuals can advocate to make sure we're securing some flex block in some way.
Thank you. I think just quickly on that note, DESE gets to interpret the language. And so if they're going to issue guidance, that can be done through the department and say, this is how we're interpreting this language. If we're going to change the language, it's a legislative action. So there's two layers. The faster, I think, would be through DESE's guidance on how they're interpreting this language. The longer term thing would be to have to go through a legislative process to have the actual language itself changed.
Thank you very much.
Member Miller.
First of all, thank you very much. I'm so impressed with how thorough you've been in working with large groups of people to initiate discussion about this. My question, which you may have already said, is my concern is sometimes a student works better with a different teacher than they have currently. So let's say it's math and they really don't get it. Tell me again why it's not possible to meet with a different teacher during flex block if they find that that teacher explains it better to them. Not that it's a better teacher, just that they understand a certain teacher better than another.
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. Like, we all connect with different people and their teaching and learning styles. It happens all the time. It goes back to the cap, the number of kids that we can have in any one teacher space at a time, and our concern that 15 wasn't going to be high enough. We needed to raise that to 20. We need to reserve those spots for the students that the teacher currently has, to make sure that their current students have access to that teacher before we could consider even allowing them to be with a teacher that they previously had, even if it was in curriculum-related activities. The other concern there is that right now, this way, I feel really strongly that they will be engaged in curriculum-related activities, but if you're going back, you might say, I need extra help in pick a subject because you really like that teacher and you want to go socialize with that teacher. And so that I can't, with the same degree of efficacy, say it's definitely curriculum-related activities.
Yeah, I totally understand that. Thank you.
Member Weisenfreud.
Very short. So I agree. I'd love to see a copy of the memo. Again, I appreciate that you had to do things so quickly. And I also appreciate that it's kind of a big shock to the whole community, right?
Yeah.
So I would love to see the copy of the memo, and I'm asking because I got contacted by a constituent, by a parent of a high schooler, saying, what's going on at the high school? What's going on with the flex block, right? And I wrote to Dr. Bonner, said, we'll be discussing it tonight. So I guess my other question is there communication that's gone out to caregivers? And is there communication that's gone out to the CPAC in particular to let them, help them understand how this may or may not impact children with disabilities? I think those things would be helpful in terms of family engagement.
Okay, yeah, I did. I can't remember the day. They're all blending together
yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
That's
It's been a long week.
And it's not too late, right? I mean.
No, I did send out a parent square to everybody.
Okay.
On Tuesday night.
I'm not getting those.
So I don't have the ability to email parent square of the school committee. I got to ask
Yes,
for
you
that.
do. They're a group, but I need all the school committee members to make sure that they have registered for their account. So you can select it when you send out to all your caregivers. You can select them as a group.
All right, we can. Look into
And
that.
we can talk about that. Kate can help us with that because
Yeah.
people have been
Help
asking.
make sure that we know how to register for our kids. That'd be great.
Yeah. So that went out on Tuesday night, included a couple items, but the second item was related to the changes to Flex, or these expectations with Flex. I have some nervousness around this, just because we know we're going to be under investigation, and so
I see.
I'm slightly guarded on some of the things I say, but I'm not tonight.
I mean, I just feel like the explanation you gave us tonight was so clear, right, and so helpful. And I can talk to my constituent, right, and explain to him what you explained to us. But that's why I'm asking.
Okay. Yeah, the memo doesn't include the why. It's just the what. So here are what the expectations for Flex will be moving forward. The why isn't really documented anywhere other than me saying it.
Any other questions or comments? I'll just join in thanking you for all that quick and very thorough work. And it feels like you are coming to maybe the best possible solution that allows us to give the kids, as much time and flexibility as they need, but maybe also meet what Desi is asking, even though it seems to be unclear. So
Yeah, I definitely want to be clear. Like this, I'm not 100% sure that even this is going to work. I'm hopeful that it will, but if it doesn't, then our next meeting might not be so pleasant.
I mean, I just want to voice that it's unfair that they said that they would give guidance and haven't, and that we're in this position. So thank you for working so hard on this in this kind of environment where we should be able to know more clearly what they're expecting.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay.
And Principal Taglieri, I have a copy of your memo, so I will scan this in and send it to school committee on tomorrow.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
You're not staying?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to cut my stuff short, but that's why she's here. Do you want to do that?
I mean, since we're all over the place anyway, do you want to?
That would be nice.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry,
Member
just before we move on to the next agenda item, I heard Dr. Bonner say that she was going to scan in the memo, and I would very respectfully request that the memo be taken from a soft copy and turned into a PDF or whatever that is sent to the school committee, because when you scan in pieces of paper, my screen reader cannot read them. So
take the digital copy and
I don't have a digital copy. I will have to ask the principal to send that to me because I only have a hard copy.
I see.
It
Okay.
wasn't sent to me, so.
Yeah, a digital copy that has always been digital is always the best, because otherwise I have a very hard time reading it. Thank you.
So unless there is any objection, I'd like us to jump around a little bit more and go down to the superintendent's report, because Laura Fragamini has been here this whole evening, and she is part of the family engagement conversation. So if everyone's okay with that?
Yep.
Yes. Let's do that, okay?
Okay, so as Laura Fragamini is coming to the podium, I'm going to just do a quick intro and we are going to be sharing the screen because she has a presentation this evening. So family engagement is foundational to student success, creating a vital partnership between home and school. When families are actively involved in their child's education, students consistently demonstrate higher academic achievement, better attendance, improved social skills, and more positive attitudes towards school. This collaborative effort helps build a secure and supportive learning environment where family insights into a child's strengths and needs inform teaching strategies, ultimately leading to increased motivation and a greater likelihood of graduating and pursuing higher education. Essentially, strong family-school ties are a powerful predictor of a child's overall well-being and long-term success. With that said, we sincerely apologize for falling short in our efforts to connect with some of our families that feel marginalized. It's clear that our current methods of outreach to parents need significant improvement, and we recognize the frustration and disconnect this may have caused. We are committed to taking immediate steps to review and overhaul our communication strategies to ensure they are more accessible, frequent, and truly helpful in keeping you informed and engaged in your child's education. Over the next few minutes, Laura Fragamini will share some of our outreach methods. Also, I want to recognize Lauren Berry, who currently right now is teaching a course this evening, and she has also contributed to this presentation, which Laura will share with you at this moment. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you. I'm Laura Fragamini. I'm your preschool and partnership coordinator, and I'd like to thank Dr. Bonner for inviting Lauren and I to share a bit about the family engagement work with our city's families. The framework that Dr. Bonner is referencing, the strengthening partnerships, and you'll see this, I don't think the slides are showing yet. I'm ready. We're going to be a team on this. So this is the strengthening. The framework starts with peri and postnatal years, and so do we. NPS has prioritized engaging with families with the youngest children for over 20 years by securing grants from the Department of Early Education and Care, and with their fiscal and programmatic support, we have built out our capacity to support, nurture, and welcome families in our district in advance. Go ahead, Cassie. Yeah, that's NPS plus EEC is making a big difference. You can go ahead to the next slide. So building capacity through programming, in order to reach families who are not yet in school buildings, we create programming all over the city and in Hadley, because one of our grants, the Coordinated Family and Community Engagement Grant, we actually are able to do more work by bridging the bridge. Thank you. And we work with, so we collaborate with agencies and organizations to maximize our reach. We work with Smith College to provide family play dates at the museum. We host playgroups with the Northampton Parents Center and at the Hadley Public Library. And on the next slide, you'll see that we host families for caregiver cafes, where they come together for a meal and later break off for guided conversation with the parents while we have Ben's Key Club members and our staff watching the children. And we head into the woods. So opening up resources and connecting with families, we head into the woods with Kestrel Land Trust. This was just from last weekend, where we had 12 families out in the woods together. And on the next slide, and you can just go ahead and click right through, because you're going to have some words pop up there. While we're at those programs we've created, we connect with the caregivers to share food locations, such as the mobile markets and WIC. We support them in applying for child care vouchers, connect them with our Parent-Child Plus home visiting program, which brings NPS early learning specialists to their home with educational toys and books and parenting support. Parent-Child Plus program that your schools run has a proven record of increasing graduation rates. We provide diapers through our emergency diaper hub with the United Way. Just today at Jackson Street School, I walked into a 5th grade classroom with a rolling cart of 1,000 diapers, and the kids yelled, "Our community service project," because they sort the diapers that we then bring out to reach an early intervention that goes to the families. They were so excited and really warmed my heart and saved me. It took 20 minutes instead of an hour. It was fantastic. So when we share about infant, toddler, and preschool programs, when we share about our mental health consultant and make those connections to the early childhood mental health grantee in our region, and with parenting workshops, it's all to support the family, because we know that ready families make ready kids, ready for kindergarten. And so on this next slide, we have two big transitions. So back at that early childhood, that family engagement framework, focusing on transitions is critical. So there are two key transitions that the Early Childhood Center supports. One is the transition from early intervention services through eligibility determination to special education services if needed. We nurture our connection to early intervention families by hosting the weekly Reach Play Group at our playroom. Each week, I literally open the front door of the public school to welcome families in. We are well connected to our colleagues at both Criterion and Reach through the CFCE Council work, and these connections support smoother transitions. And on the next slide, you'll see the other key transition, which kicked off in a big way with a meeting with the principals of the elementary schools this week, is that we support conducting the outreach work to welcome next year's kindergarten families. And that starts now. It's year-long work that includes mailings, coordination with our preschool partners, virtual information night, open houses, daytime tours, tabling at community events, and so much more. And you get to help too. All of you will receive an invitation from me to join us at the big kindergarten registration event and really connect with those incoming families as they, in late January, are making big decisions. Should I go to a charter school? Should I go to a private school? What does my public school look like? This is what we're trying to unpack for them all year long. And now, we'll be playing a 5-minute clip from Lauren Berry's Share Out. Lauren will highlight the key areas of family engagement that she's been supporting our district with, leveraging her dual-focused role in family and student engagement in English language education. A full recording of her presentation will be posted on the Family School Engagement site, so I'm gonna let you know when to hit stop, and you can hit go.
Oh, we have to select the audio, I believe.
Yeah.
You can take this moment to raise your hand and say, I really want to help welcome the kindergarten families. Make sure you call me when it's time.
Cassie, also the mute button is pressed on the video. You see? Yeah, there you go.
There's something we need to do with this tool.
I think you need to stop sharing and then reshare
There you
and
go.
click the little button that says share audio.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to actually like unshare the screen right now.
I can field questions about early childhood until she starts talking.
There it is.
Except it's only playing on that.
I first want to apologize for not being in attendance with you all tonight, but I hope this video is helpful in sharing with you.
I think there's another
Cassie
way.
has to unmute her.
Oh, hold up. Because there's a way to share the audio through Zoom, which is what you were saying. has to
Saying,
happen. Yeah.
right.
A new skill every day.
Cassie, if you have to stop sharing your screen first. Like completely stop sharing your screen. Yeah. And then when you reshare, there should be a tiny little box that says share.
I'm helping her, Emily. I'm helping.
Thank you, Anna.
All right, kids, let's see how it goes.
Good evening. I'm Lauren Berry, Family Student Engagement and English Learner Education Coordinator. I first
So Cassie, mute, I think.
hope this video presentation is helpful in sharing an overview of our work and family engagement. And for myself,
It sounded good on Zoom anyway.
It was echo, we could hear it twice here.
good evening. I'm Lauren Berry, Family Student Engagement and English Learner Education Coordinator. I first want to apologize for not being in attendance with you. Good evening. I'm Lauren Berry, Family Student Engagement and English Learner Education Coordinator. I first want to apologize for not being in attendance with you all tonight, but I hope this video presentation is helpful in sharing an overview of our work and family engagement, and for myself, specifically through the lens of supporting our multilingual students and families in the district. So as Laura and Dr. Bonner mentioned, our work is based on the Massachusetts Strengthening Partnerships framework, and that offers guiding principles for practitioners and families across health, human services, and education. We consider this framework our roadmap, and the key elements stemming from these principles include transitions and family engagement, with my primary focus being about and around building capacity for family engagement in the district and our schools. So the work of the District Family Student Engagement and English Learner Education Coordinator is a dual-focused position. I serve as the liaison between the school system and some of its most diverse families, specifically championing the needs of our multilingual English learner students and their families. And to do this work means that we have to build capacity for it. So related to creating systems, looking at staffing, certain types of collaborations, all need to be considered when we think about sustaining. This involves both programmatic and systematic adjustments. We focus heavily on culturally and linguistically responsive practices and approaches to engaging with families, improving communications, and enhancing our English learner education programming to ultimately support better outcomes for our students and experiences of our families. Over the last year, my work has really concentrated on 5 key areas of family engagement, which is what I want to go over tonight with you all. And they're all under the umbrella of building capacity. And so those are communication systems and language access, which is making sure all families get the information they need in the language they need it in. Family engagement assessment and feedback has to do with measuring our impact and listening to our families and their experiences. English learner education programming, which ensures the quality and compliance of what we are offering to identified students in this program. Supporting immigrant refugee families by providing dedicated support and connecting them to our district, our schools, and the broader community. And our LPAC, our English Learner Education Parent Advisory Council, doing a lot of work around that in building connections and trusting relationships. I want to go a little more in depth about each area, starting with communication systems. So the priority here was ensuring inclusive communication, and I call out the rollout of Parent Square as our district-wide communication vehicle for the district. We've developed materials to orient both educators and caregivers to the platform. The goal in having this communication vehicle is consistency and accessibility. I also work with school leaders on an ongoing basis with Parent Square and other engagement items to really optimize how they're communicating within their school buildings and engaging with all families about programs and opportunities for their students. So to do this, this requires both understanding of district software and personal connections, and so we do a lot of work around that. Related to communication systems is language access. A strong communication system requires strong language access. We've developed clear language access practices for the entire district over the last few years, and a major improvement was streamlining the process for requesting language support and ensuring that families knew the channel in accessing this type of language support. So this included also creating filters in our student information system for interpretation and translation needs, so staff know if a family has requested this, and also working with schools and helping them to connect with families around language and communication. We also identify and use language support softwares, and we provide it directly through staffing roles to connect with families. The next area is really about accountability, and
This video will be posted to our school website. I encourage you to listen to the rest of what Lauren has to share with you, which will include family engagement, assessment, and feedback, more detail on the English Learner Education Program, specifically supporting immigrant and refugee families, as well as the LPAC family events and resources and community networking. And that will be posted soon. That concludes the superintendent report.
Thank you so much, Lauren.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Laura. That was great. Member Weisenfeld.
Hi, Laura.
Hi.
It's great to hear you. Laura and I have known each other for many years and worked together around family engagement for many years. And thank you. I'm very excited about this. And I'm very familiar with their framework, and as it's based really fundamentally on the Head Start family engagement framework, which I've been doing for more than a very long time. And again, I think, this coming out of the early childhood world is really important. I mean, I think early childhood is the place where this has been done best, in my opinion. I don't see any other place doing family engagement like early childhood does family engagement, because we have to, right? Because the children are so little that it's so clear that they don't really exist outside of their family unit. So thank you really for this presentation, and I'm curious about, and this is a premature question, right? But I'm thinking about family engagement works when you build a culture of family engagement in an organization. And that's a long-term process, right? And it's a process that has to do with relationships. We know that at NPS, there's a lot of repair that has to be done, right? So how are we kind of envisioning, the rollout of this in some way, right? Like, what do we?
I can share a little bit.
Please, I'd be happy to hear.
When Lauren and I talked about what did we want to highlight, and we had guidance from Dr. Bonner, use the roadmap, right? And that's work that Lauren and I both reference on a regular basis in our work. But we also reflected on, when we talked with some colleagues, like, what are you thinking about family engagement? And it's, as you said, constant, cyclical, and always in need, and it always kind of looks different at different times. Like, we used to run a program this way, and then that wasn't quite a fit. And then we started running a program, we all used to stick newsletters in backpacks, and now it's things on the, it's notifications on Parent Square. I have a mentor you all know in the district, Barbara Black. Often I'll say, oh, I think I have an idea for a project with families. And she'll say, oh yeah, we did that in 1989. And I say, okay, well, it's time for it to come back, right? So things are going to cycle through. There's always the cycle of we did well together today. It got hard tomorrow. We're going to go back to doing well together today. I think it's human. So we just keep doing it. And we keep looking to, is there something we want to pull forward we did before? And is there something we need to let go of? And we keep at it because we care.
And I agree with you, and I appreciate that. I just know from my own work that implementing family engagement, is very intentional, and it takes resources, it takes training. It really takes training. It's not just about, as you know, right, handing out information or being nicer or listening better, right? But it really, it is a, it's not just a quote unquote soft skill, right? It's really it is an expertise that we need to make time and commit.
Are you just asking me to share that we have a Brazelton Touchpoints training coming up again? The district invests in its relationships to running those programs.
Right,
it matters.
Right.
Yeah.
So I brought Brazelton Touchpoints pretty much to Western Mass, right? And so that is a fantastic. I don't know if it's appropriate for our district, but that is an example, right, of a rigorous, research-based framework that really works. And I'm hoping that over time we can make that level of investment, right? Because I think that's the level of investment that's needed to heal the relationships and some of what's been going on in the district. So yes, please make a plug for it.
No, I have to now. So the district has, their Early Childhood Center has partnered under the umbrella of the United Way with Franklin County Regional of Governments to train a local training team of the Brazelton Touchpoints and to bring together different grant sources to be able to run it instead of, $675 or $775 at Boston, to be able to run it for $175 for participants. And we have a training running in October and November, and we'll continue to braid resources, right, to find ways to provide professional development and support to our collaborators, the different folks at Northampton Area Pediatrics or different agencies, as well as staff. So, I love PD.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Member Miller.
Thank you for that great presentation, and I totally agree that reaching families early on with kindergarten and preschool and earlier is essential. I wonder just quickly, what about families that are not computer literate or don't have access to technology? How do you reach them?
I speak best about what I do, which is early childhood, and we do a lot of in-person work. So all of our staff, we take turns at the mobile markets with Grow Food Northampton. Before here, I was at a family picnic out on the grounds of the Forbes with the Northampton Parents Center. I stalk children in the grocery store. I talk to their parents. It's like, your child was smiling at me. What do you know about the resources here in Northampton? It's all of our job to reach out to families where they are and to make those connections. And then we go for the resources of, you can get on the computers to apply for childcare vouchers at the Forbes Library. Let me show you how to get there. So making those connections matters.
Laura, just to add to that point too, in terms of the work with LPAC and some other groups, there's some one-on-one, there's phone calls, there's more direct interactions with certain cohorts of families that we have. We also have two amazing social workers in the district who do a lot of community or I don't want to say outtake or intake work, but outreach that really facilitates the connections that we have with some of our families. So there are different layers and there are different key people. And not only to speak to the fact that there are so many different things that are happening in our schools. Our elementary schools, there's tons of events and activities, and if it wasn't for our PTOs to help initiate those types of events and activities to, again, engage our families to come in. And so we still do send flyers home sometimes too, besides just just the parent square, to remind our families and to invite them in.
Member Agna.
Hi, Laura. Thank you for your presentation and also for mentioning Barbara Black. I happened to be meeting with her today. I wouldn't say meeting, we get together because we're friends. And, I think one thing we talked about today, knowing this was on the agenda, was how interesting it is to being old people now. We're in our 70s. And the fact that we did this stuff I was the early childhood coordinator before Barbara, and we worked together very diligently to try to do family engagement. And I know that we did good work. I'm not here to get any praise for that, but I know that there was a foundation laid along with some of the ways that our superintendent and our teachers approach this too. It's a different approach and a different way of thinking about families, I think, and children. And I, as an early childhood educator, that was our mandate, to have family involvement. And moving that into, quote, public schools, again, Barbara and I talked about that today, it's an ongoing process. And I appreciate, Laura, that you're saying this is ongoing, because it really is. It's not something that has been a part of a public school system. I was early childhood coordinator in 1988 through 1996 when I became a principal. It is something that is a work in progress, and I really appreciate, Laura, how you view that, because I think there have been a lot of people who have tried to do it and are continuing to do it, but it is about relationships, and it's about supporting teachers in doing this work. And I just want to say, as a grandparent now, my granddaughter, who just started kindergarten, lives in Hadley, and she was eligible to participate in a lot of these programs. And so my husband and I would take her to these beautiful offerings that you have, Laura. And I think that what you've done is you refined the work that Barbara and I did before into this beautiful model that is being delivered by some very fine educators to communities and within the school system too. So I can't tell you how wonderful it is to hear this and to watch what Laura Berry had to say, Lauren Berry. And I can't wait to go back to Barbara and would talk about it some more with her. So thanks so much, Laura. It was really great to have a fellow early childhood educator speak to this.
Well, I'm glad that you referenced the amazing team. So there are 17 folks that work in the early childhood department that really bring it to life. And we wouldn't be anywhere without Lauren Barry and the L department bringing Lionbridge, telephonic interpretation, because when you can't reach someone any other way and you can call them with an interpreter, it changes how quickly I can respond to them, how we can run home visits, how we can really connect. So that Lionbridge interpretation system is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah. Okay. Can we send Laura home?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you. I feel so guilty. I will.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. Are there other parts to your?
We had a really full agenda this evening,
Yes.
so I'm going to be very, very quick. I have some good news to share with you, and then I do want to talk very briefly of something I sent out to CPAC families, the CPAC Executive Board, I should say. And then I will save the demographic data for next month.
Okay.
Okay, so first off, we just received announcements that we are receiving $42,000. We just were awarded the Tiered Math Academy Tutoring Grant, and that's going to afford us to do some high dosage tutoring, which is the new language that is being utilized around the state. So we're very excited. And then we also received a $3,500 tiered math academy off-ramp grant. So this is going to help us to move even further in terms of our tiered interventions, our MTS supports that we want to have in place for our students. So that's that piece. And then, as promised, there were 4 questions that the CPAC Executive Board asked the district concerning the tracking system, the new tracking system that was literally initiated at the beginning of this week and is being piloted so that we can perfect it and make sure it's giving us the information that we so desire and it's transparent. So the first question that was asked of us is, what information is collected? And so the system logs the specific details of any service that was required by an individualized education program, but not delivered. This includes the specific student, the nature of the missed services, whether it was one-to-one paraprofessional support, small group instruction, specific therapy, the duration of the missed service, and then the next question is, how is the information collected? The process is designed to be timely and consistent across all schools. After daily staff coverage is assigned, the building administrator or their designee is responsible for logging any unstaffed or missed services for that day into a designated online form. This ensures a centralized and standardized record of service interruptions. Third question, how and when are caregivers notified? Caregivers' notification is triggered by patterns of missed services, ensuring families are informed when consistent services delivery is jeopardized. The student service team reviews the logs every 2 weeks. Notification occurs if a student misses services on 3 or more consecutive days or 5 or more days within that 2-week period. When a threshold is met, the student services team contacts the family directly to notify them and discuss potential compensatory services to make up for the missed time. And the last question, how is the information shared with the public? Our commitment to transparency focuses on the process and the system's performance while strictly protecting student privacy. The day-to-day logs are confidential staff and student records and will not be made public. The process for tracking and review, however, is public and was the subject of the September 11th presentation. The district would likely provide aggregate, de-identified reports to the school committee periodically, whether it be quarterly or semi-annually, however you all would like to receive those reports. To report on trends and systemic issues without revealing individual student information. So hopefully, again, this clarifies our intent to be responsive to the corrective action that has been put forward for the district to improve our communication and our services to our students with special needs.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Dr. Bonner, I think you somewhat answered this in your presentation, but I just wanted to let you put a finer point on it. So when you said that it's tracking all services that are missed, therefore it's not only, are you saying that it is not only paraprofessionals that are paraprofessional missed time that is tracked, but would also include, as the member of the public, earlier had suggested, to include SLPs, OTs, and here I am using acronyms, speech and language pathologists, occupational therapists, counselors, etc.
Okay, so I'm just making sure Matt is on too.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yes, to reiterate, and so the key word was all details of any service that was required and that was missed. And so that includes the one-to-one paraprofessional support, the small group instruction, and specific therapy type programs. So, yes.
Matt's
And Matt is, oh, thank goodness. And so Matt, would you like to reiterate and anything that I may have missed, if you would like to chime in?
Yeah, Dr. Bonner, thank you for the time and for the questions. I would just say, and I think I spoke about this last month as well, there's a standard expectation with our service providers that they're maintaining logs of the direct services they deliver. So any of your related service providers have a daily log. Most of them call it their attendance sheet for students that attended their services. The big challenge, and I spoke about this at length, and I'm happy to do it again, if that's the will of the group. But the big challenge was when paraeducators are not providing their push-in services, and special education teachers as well. And so that was what the DESE complaint was around, and that is what this specific system is tracking. So when the clerical staff member and or the building principal make those assignments for the sub coverage, that's the specific thing that's being tracked. So it certainly is accurate to say that we are tracking all of our services, and I think it's kind of a standard practice within special education and education in general for these attendance logs for related services where you do those direct pullouts. So I think maybe some of the miscommunication or the confusion is around the notion that we're not tracking that. The point is that the big effort that we've had to make, which is distinctive, is tracking when paras and special education teachers are not providing those services for whatever reason. And we also don't tie it to an individual. So I should speak more specific. Like we tie it to the service. So if the principal has covered the service with a substitute or through a rotation, then we don't track that as a missed service.
Gotcha. And the compensatory services part is not just this new effort around paraprofessionals and that sort of thing. It's like any of these missed services would trigger that same compensatory services initiative.
Yeah, the notification, I think, is the first thing, right?
Right,
We put out the notification, and then we address the question of, has the student had educational harm due to these lab services, and then the IP team or a smaller group, it may just be, with the parent, tries to make up for that.
Okay, Member Stein.
Yeah, this is sort of a follow-up question to what Member Seraphy Cox was asking about, which is, and also what Dr. Bono was sort of mentioning about sort of a threshold for when we would reach out and say, we need to offer some compensatory services. So how do we know when there's been an educational impact? Like, how does one determine, is it length of the amount of missed services? Is it combination of other factors? Like, how are we operationalizing the data that we're now collecting to understand when we have to make up services to students?
It's a great question, and that's a question that the state, be it as you heard, many of the different state bodies that consider this kind of question, they have to wrestle with too. And it's not a one-for-one correspondence around the makeup. It is the IEP team is sort of the decision-making body, and what they look at is students' ongoing progress. So they do look for evidence that the student has continued to make progress towards their goals, or that there has been some kind of a negative impact.
To be tied to, if they were going to make a determination, right? If they were the judges, they would be looking at if there's been a negative impact or if there's progress towards the goals in the IEP. And however they ascertain that, like however they determine it.
Yeah, and I mean that's the IEP teams also grapple with that as well. Do we have the evidence that the student has been negatively impacted by the missed service?
And for sort of the updates, and I might have gotten the time period, like the sequencing wrong from just hearing it in this presentation from Dr. Bonner, but in terms of the updates, one of the things that I'm trying to think through, that came through in the DESI funding was when we are as tightly staffed as we are, it's unreasonable to assume that we're actually going to always have everybody there. Right? This is sort of a challenge, right? Like, are we going to be able to see patterns of service delivery interruption in the state? Like, and are we going to be are we going to be reviewing that?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I mean, I think it's, so what we've said to the principals, to the building principals, is we're going to kind of run the system we have for 2 months and see how that goes on the data collection side, see how it goes on data entry side, see how it goes on, parent communication side, but we need to kind of call this a pilot, run it for a couple of months and see how we do with it. And this is, I'm not confident in saying that we can, create a dashboard, or, you know what I mean? Like, I just have to see what the data looks like before so I'm happy to come back and sort of speak about that or put it in a memo for Dr. Bonner to share, but I can't make a promise on what kind of a data system it's going to look like, because it is, it's not the cleanest thing in the world in terms of what comes in.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm suggesting is, I wouldn't want you to have to try to build some sort of a dashboard, or but I guess what I'm trying to get at is, what we saw in the DESI findings was the percentages of actual missed services, right? So we are essentially tracking ourselves now. We will be able to figure out, based on whatever's going on, services weren't met. So that should inform us at least to know where we need additional staffing to cover, right? That's sort of part of what I think this data is useful for. It's pointing out to us that, yes, on paper, if the world is perfect and no one's ever sick and everyone shows up and there's never a problem, yes, you can cover these services, but that's not the world, right? It's part of what they're telling us. So, will we be able, I'm hoping that one of the things you'll be able to share with us as you begin to do this for the next few months is, what kind of percentages are we seeing across the boards in terms of missed services, right? Because it will inform sort of staffing questions and decisions that happen, right? And it's a new data point for us that we haven't had.
Yeah, and I do think a 2-month, 2-month window kind of puts us into the budget season, the heat of the budget discussions, into December and January. So hopefully this will help guide that conversation.
Great, thanks.
Okay. I think we will move on. So I think we've lost Bobby, right? Because Bobby wasn't feeling well.
Yes.
So why don't we go back up and finish the stuff we need to finish? So let's go back up to recommended actions. And I'm going to read all of these items. Tell me if there are any removals, because there's no discussion. So September 11th, 2025 meeting minutes, December 12th, 2019 Student Advisory Council minutes, December 12th, 2019 meeting minutes, October 24th, 2019 meeting minutes, September 26th, August 13th, July 8th, May 23rd, May 9th, April 25th, meeting minutes, April 11th, 2019, that's all 2019, April 11th, 2019, Student Advisory Council minutes, March 28th, March 14th, February 28th, and February 28th, 2019, so those all before were 2019, and then December 13th, 2018 meeting minutes. Is there a motion? Member Weisenfreud.
I have a minor correction for the September 11th meeting minutes.
Okay, we will pull that out. Is there a motion on the remainder of minutes? Someone move to approve all of the minutes except for September 11th, 2025, please. Motion.
I make a motion to approve all of the minutes except for September 11th, 2025.
Okay, motion's been made by Member Hennessy, seconded by Member Stein. Roll call, please. Yes.
Yes.
We can't hear Cassie.
Yep, I'm just doing it. Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
No.
Member Hennessy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LaBounty,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
And you should note that there is only one outstanding set of minutes from 2018.
I was going
One.
to say kudos, Cassie, for all of these.
So you'll get those next month.
Outstanding job. Okay, we're back to September 11th, 2025, and a small edit from,
Two small edits. One of there's spelling errors. Lisa Modeno's name and also Mr. Gaurav Yashnani. They're pretty significant with him, so I'll email you. Okay, Cassie?
Okay, it's just the spelling errors of the
It's
name?
5 under 5. Yes, the spelling errors of their names.
it's the public comment section.
Modenos and Yashnani.
Okay.
Okay. Member Stein?
I had a change on this minute as well. It's on page 5 of the PDF. It's item C, vote annual review approval of the NPS bullying and intervention plan. And it's the sort of down towards the bottom where it says Member Stein requested an audit of safety plans to determine whether they're being followed. And that rules and policy address multiple instances of bullying. And so I wanted to just clarify that it's what I was saying there was about wanting us to look at how we advise and give guidance to principals when there are multiple substantiated bullying investigations, right? So it's more specific than multiple instances. It's about the policy and what's in the intervention plan regarding that.
Okay, do you have a phrase you would like added?
Yes, address guidance given to administrators in the policy and intervention plan related to multiple instances of substantiated bullying.
So the other two were Scrivener's errors. So are you making a motion to amend?
I'm making a motion to amend to that effect.
Is there a second on that amendment?
I'll second.
Okay. So motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, roll call on the amendment, please.
So this isn't to approve as amended?
We have to make the amendment first.
Member Weissenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yep.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the September 11th, 2025 minutes?
I'll motion to approve.
Motion's
second.
made- Okay, motion's made by Member LaBounty, seconded by Member Davis. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Weissenfreund?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to the next set of recommended actions. We are in second reading. We have the civil rights policies. We have a donation from the Northampton Musical Booster Club to the NHS Theater Program. That is in the amount of $19,000, and that's for 12 wireless receivers and 16 wireless transmitters with headsets. There is a donation from the Gold Athletics fundraiser to NHS Football for $6,000. There's a donation from a NHS soccer fundraiser of $2,099.06. And there is a donation from the Jackson Street School PTO to Jackson Street School, and the amount that is on the agenda is incorrect. The correct amount is $5,795.
The form came through for 9,000.
Okay.
I know, but the email from the treasurer from Jackson Street says a different number.
Okay.
So we'll just correct that.
Okay. And that is for a garden shed. So is there a motion on these recommended actions, please?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the recommended actions.
The second set of recommended actions, let's call it that.
Second set of recommended actions.
Okay. Motion's made by Member Davis, seconded by? Member Hennessy.
Can I ask, do I have to say with the correction on E? The
Yes, we
Something
should
like
say with the correct dollar amount for the JSS PTO to Jackson Street School garden shed amount of, you took my Post-it.
Oh.
$5,795. You may. No. Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Roll call, please.
Member Stein?
So there's no discussion
Oh, yeah.
on recommended
I
actions?
wanted to comment.
Unless, do you want to remove any of those? I should have asked. Does
No.
anyone want to remove the items?
The comment.
Okay.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
That's it.
Okay. Moving back to new business, we did A, we did B, we have not yet done C. Presentation and first reading middle school pathway exploration policy.
Okay, to keep with the momentum. So, again, Desi's placed something on our path, our plate, yes. So Massachusetts State Regulation 603 CMR 4, the Code of Mass Regs, requires sending districts to maintain a pathway exploration program that provides awareness of career technical education and programs available to them in the area. We are required to submit this policy to DESE by November 1st. However, I've already asked for an extension to allow the committee to follow their process of policy approval. So once we get to the 2 readings, then I will submit. So please consider this evening to be the first read. And so with that, I'm just going to briefly kind of highlight some points. And this policy, although it's policy, it's affecting curriculum and curricular programs. And so this too, speaking to Member Agna earlier this week, will also be on the curriculum subcommittee to go a little bit deeper into what this would be. So again, some new regulations in terms of the admissions policies for CT Voc schools, Massachusetts Voc schools, but CTE. Is that they really wanted to increase the access of the Voc schools being able to get in and to talk to middle school students and to help to shape or to make them aware of CT or technical careers. And so we have a relationship with Smith Voc, which services our area, so our catchment, which Northampton, Florence, and Leeds. And we have already have a relationship with Smith Voc, but this codifies that relationship and shows the steps in which we allow them to come in to meet with 8th graders, do presentations, and learn about the new weighted system for admissions. So this is our component. You will see in this document that we talk about what we currently offer at JFK in terms of STEM and CTE programs through our Project Lead the Way program. And then next year, because we don't currently do this, but next year we will implement the MyCap program, which my career and academic planning program, which is something that we do not currently do at the middle school. But it'll give us a chance to explore in the second half of the year and then to put something in place fully for the next school year. And so we'll learn more about this at the curriculum meeting, and this, again, a first read. So I'll stop there.
Okay, it's kind of funny to codify a relationship with our other district, but.
It's kind of strange, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, was glad to see this. For one thing, want to appreciate that this was readable by my screen reader because it was not a scanned from a paper copy. So really appreciated that. I was able to read it. My question is this something that is going to Rules and Policy Subcommittee, or it's coming straight here because of the deadline?
It's coming here because of the deadline, and so it's full body. I brought it to the full school committee. But this is something that, again, working with the middle school administration, talking to the guidance department chair, and having their input in terms of they're okay, and actually doing a little bit of research of what has been occurring between the two districts, a matter of fact, I believe last week was the first presentation to the 8th grade class for Smith folks. So again, with these quick turnarounds, and I will say that this was part of that new legislation that a lot of school districts missed, and they've been pushing out webinars like crazy, and I don't think that people realize that, we saw CTE admissions, but there was a component to that. And then there's not only do we create the policy, but there's also an attestation that we are really upholding this policy. But it was also kind of an enforcement of a way for DESE to get the MyCap programs into school buildings. So here we go.
Gotcha. Okay.
Great. Okay. Moving on, we are at D, which is vote on the 2025 to 2028 collective bargaining agreements with NACE units A, C, and G. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, these are the last three of our 6 units that we are ratifying the collective bargaining agreements for. These agreements came to in, I believe it was May, may have been June. The months blur together a little bit. Either way, someone asked me this week, how far past the end of the contract did you go with your contract negotiations? And I said, didn't go past the end of the contract. We settled before the end of the contract, and they looked at me with really big eyes because that's, not always the case. So I'm really appreciative of the negotiating subcommittee that I worked with this year and last time around as well. So Member Gazy and Member Davis, really appreciative of the collaboration with the administration, with Dr. Bonner, and our note-taking aficionado, Madam Clerk, Cassie, and also, of course, always really appreciative of the NACE negotiating team and the collaboration there. And I think that I know these contracts, and then we go into negotiations, and I learn more details, more about how it affects the workers in our schools and the students in our schools. So just want to appreciate the whole process, and really glad to have to be ratifying these tonight. So with that, I will make a motion to approve the 2025 to 2028 collective bargaining agreements with NACE, units A, C, and G.
I'll second.
Motion's made by member Seraphy Cox, seconded by member Weidenfreud. Any further discussion? Yes,
I want to thank
in the mic.
I want to thank Member Seraphy Cox, Member Davis, and Member Gazy. I can't imagine, I know how much work you put into this, and I really appreciate it. I think I could speak to all of our behalfs on the work. Thank you. And of course, Madam Clerk and Dr. Bonner. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ann Margaret.
Oh, and Bobby.
And Bobby, who's
Yes,
sick,
and
but-
Bobby.
Oh, and Bobby, oh my gosh, how could I forget Bobby? So sorry.
Member Stein.
Yeah, I want to add my appreciation and also just say that I'm glad to see another round of contracts with reasonable increases that were bargained between the district and NACE. And I'm really happy to see that and appreciate Member Seraphy Cox stewarding that process for a great number of years.
Okay. Any other discussion? I'll also add my thanks to everyone for their hard work and reiterate what I said for the last round, which is that the city is in negotiation with other city unions, so I will be abstaining. Okay, roll call, please.
Where we left off, so, Member Hennessy,
Yes.
Member Miller? Member Miller?
I can't hear Cassie.
Yep, I just moved my
yes.
microphone. Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
You didn't call me, but
Oh, because you
Abstain.
said you were going to abstain.
abstain.
But Mayor Shara?
Abstain. Thank you. Okay, that passes. Why don't we, since we're jumping around anyway, let's go down to F, which is vote on MOA athletic stipends.
I think we need to.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Make a motion to extend our meeting for 30 minutes?
15.
15? 15?
Okay.
I mean, I'll put it on the outside and then we don't have to use it, right?
No,
Is that
15.
Okay, so what's your motion, Member Agna?
15?
So to 11:15. Motion's made by Member Agna, seconded by?
Now we have to do it.
Second.
By Member Hennessy. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Start with Hennessy again.
That snuck up on me. All right. Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Okay. MOA on athletic stipends. Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the MOA on athletic stipends.
Second.
I second
I'll
it.
second.
Okay, everyone,
are
simmer down.
Rolling.
Suddenly you all found your voices. Okay, motion was made by Member Seraphy Cox and seconded by Member Hennessy. Any discussion? Okay.
Nope.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Abstain.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Okay. Moving back up to E, discussion and vote. This is on the 2025 MASC resolutions. And Member Agner, were you going to present these? Was someone going to present these?
I'm the one going to the conference and I'm the delegate for the resolutions.
Okay.
And I think they were in your packet.
Yes.
I hope so.
Yes.
And I won't go through them. This year, there are only 6 of them. And for those of you who are new to our committee, these members of the resolution committee at MASC met to consider resolutions proposed by member districts. And again, there are only 6 this time. I think the last few years there have been, I don't know, hundreds. And so I think this is more effective. I think they got the feedback that these meetings lasted for more than 4 hours to go through all the resolutions that were proposed. And they're really good resolutions, I think. Removing BMI testing from schools and sanctuary laws for transgender students, increasing the maximum balance allowed for special education reserve funds, membership on the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education for teachers. Radical, but it's great. In fact, we now have a really seasoned educator, Kristen Smitty, who came from Mohawk, who now is on the Board of Education, and it's very exciting. Those are the ones that I've highlighted because I think they're the ones most relevant to us. There's one for regional schools also. But those are the ones, and financial literacy education. I think those are going to pass, and I think it will be a very substantive delegates meeting, and I'm looking forward to having just 6 resolutions to have. It might not take us 4 or 5 hours. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is that on behalf of our committee and others, I did ask Glenn Kuchar about moving the day on the Hill up from May, because we've been having it in May and it's past the budget time. It doesn't make any sense, and I'm hopeful at this conference that they will mention that the day on the Hill will be sooner. Therefore, we can have input into the budget conversation at the state level.
Great.
So if anybody has any questions or concerns, I know the hour is late. I'm also not going to the conference until actually next month, and it's on the day that we have our next meeting.
Right, 12th, 13th, and 14th.
Yep. So it's up to you if you want to talk about it now, or if you want to just email me anything about the resolutions that we will be faced with at our conference.
Okay, although we don't want to deliberate over email. Member Seraphy Cox.
Sure.
I just wanted to make a motion to approve the 2025 MASC resolutions and thank Member Agnew for going all the way out there, because who wants to take that? Just sounds like an arduous journey. And
Dr. Bonner will also be there. It's actually a great conference. I suggest going to
I'm sure it's great.
It's worth it.
It's always in the same place, and it's very far from Western Mass. That's all I'm saying.
I'll second your motion.
Okay,
Yes.
motion's
I
made
would
by,
also say that, as the mayor said, it really is a very good conference. And I'm fortunate because I'm sort of retired and I can go and not have to take off work. I know that Dr. Bonner's going, and sometimes the mayor gets to come for some of it. And it's really a very worthwhile conference to be a part of. Thank you.
and I'll note your Smith Folk trustee colleagues always go.
All 3 of them.
Yep, they
They
always
do.
attend.
Yep.
Okay, motion's been made by Member Seraphy Cox and seconded by Member Agna. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member LaBounty.
Yes.
Okay. So as we've said, Bobby left because she wasn't feeling well. So if people have questions, feel free to
email her.
Yeah, email her. That brings us to rules and policy update and Member Davis.
Yes, this is extra quick because several of the items that we talked about in our most recent meeting were covered already tonight. And one of those was that the cell phone policy, the mayor will appoint, and so we heard all those names. There's another item, the civil rights item that was already in second reading, we talked about that. And then there's one more piece that we'll be conferring with our attorney about some we're still collecting info regarding bathroom signage, and that needs to be talked some more with our attorneys. So that's what we talked about.
Okay, great, thank you. Superintendent Search Ad Hoc Committee members Agna and LaBounty. An update.
Do you want me to start, Member LeBounty? Or you good?
Yeah, you can start. I'll fill in as you.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Member Gazy is the chair, so she's not here. We have been working to amass proposals from various search organizations for a superintendent search. We have a pretty robust folder of those proposals and outlines. I brought up to the last meeting that we had that I had spoken with Glenn Kuchar about the fact that we're embarking on a superintendent search. And he said that is happening across Massachusetts, as we know, several vacancies and people who are moving around. And he said that the MASC recommends that we do a district posting and not engage an organization yet. He said there are a couple of reasons. One, that it's an expensive venture, and that when you do your own posting, he said that it's possible that there will be people who are around, people within the district, people who are close by the district, people, from all over may see that we have that, and he's recommended, he said he'd be happy to come out with Tracy Novick to talk with us if we want them to come, to emphasize the fact that they think that districts should start their own posting before they engage $20,000 to $30,000 worth of organizations to do this. And so that was something that we talked about. And Member LeBounty, is there more that you want to say about that?
Yeah, I spoke to a couple of districts who actually had done that. They've done both things before, and ended up not having to spend the $45,000 that they were going to spend because they felt that they made good decisions about where they posted. And so, and it wasn't sort of much different than that initial stage that a search firm would look for. So, with the idea that then if they didn't get candidates that were either qualified or seemed an initial good fit, that then you would go ahead with the search firm that you might have as the backup. But that initially there was the chance that you wouldn't require it. So we were bringing that to the larger body to see if people had an appetite for that, because we can go the traditional way, or we can do this and see what you'd like to do. So we wanted to bring it up.
Okay, Member Weisenfreud.
I'd like to say that I really like that idea. I'm really in favor of it, of doing a district posting first. I think it's also, it sends even though it's not that different, it sends a message, I think, to people who are here already in the district who may feel more inclined to, go forward, more encouraged to apply or think about applying or think about if they have the qualifications to do that. So I'm very much in favor of that.
Member Hennessy.
I have an appetite for that. Same reasons.
Okay. Member Stein.
I'm not opposed to this. I just, I'm worried about the details and the timing. So one of the advantages of a firm is it actually builds in some timing where it probably wouldn't really get off the ground until a new committee is seated. So like, I'm worried about transitions, and I'm also worried if we do put up a posting and we get applicants, we haven't figured out our process for how to manage that, right, and how to deal with that, right? So like, we would, I think, have as a body have to talk about some of those things in more detail. But I'm certainly open to the suggestion, and yeah, I mean, it's an exciting time. It's just a matter of like making sure that whatever direction we go, the process is laid out in a thoughtful way, because the community is going to want buy-in, and we're going to want transparency, and we're going to want a really clear and articulated process, not only for ourselves and for the community, but for anyone who's applying. So if we put up a posting and we get an application, and we have to decide what we want in the application, but like, say we get one, are we moving on that? Like, what are we doing? So
Yeah, I think the idea was that if the body said, yeah, that looks, let's try that, that then the subcommittee would take that back and have conversation about it and do exactly what you're talking about, sort of lay out, okay, that's what's gonna happen then, and then come and say, this is what we're gonna do, you know, or this is what we're presenting. So, yeah, this was like the first step. I don't know.
If I may add, since we did this less than 3 years ago, we have the template for how we went about it through the MASC, and including, we talked about the fact that we had a pretty great brochure that we had, so that we were going to resurrect that and see what we can do to tinker with that too, so that we would meet again to try to flesh out some of the details.
Okay. Member Miller.
Well, I just was going to say that having been on the last 2 search committees, I think it's worthwhile talking to some of us who are on those committees, because we also researched 3 different companies and ended up with using MASC, because that for a comparable price, it was just the same services. And we ended up having, after we had gotten a company, we then had to form a much larger committee to evaluate all the different applicants. So there's a large process that we went through, and I just think it might be worthwhile talking to, I can't remember who else was on it besides me.
Member Agnew.
I was.
More people.
Yeah.
I was.
Yeah, and anyway, so I just think our process that we already went through should inform what you're doing now.
Sure.
Yep, that's what we think. And I think what tonight we're hoping that rather than have some kind of formal vote, that we are given permission to come back to our ad hoc meeting to try to flesh out some of the details to bring to you at the next meeting.
I'm certainly fine with this idea, but I do share some of the same concerns about I feel like one of the big advantages of having used MASC last time was all of the scheduling that they did, right? So they handled all of the organization and the scheduling, and that was a big job. So it's just something to think about. If we're keeping it in-house, that's all gonna be, I know, on the on the school committee and the staff. So, but thank you for exploring that.
I move to extend the meeting to 11:19.
Yes. You guys, we waste so much time doing these roll call votes on these things.
Don't we have to?
We do, but if we just start in the first place.
If I could just, I'd like to echo what Member Reisenfreud said, that I think having the message that we are open to thinking about people who are within is a really good message to send to our community, basically. Not just our own community of schools, but the community in general, that we are open to having applicants from within. Anyway,
Great.
just wanted to echo what Member Reisenfreud said.
Great, agreed.
Can I make a motion to extend to 11:30? Member Geezy asked me to read something for this report, which is going to take a little bit of time. And I have 2 future discussion topics I want to mention. Shouldn't be long, but it's going to be more than 4 minutes or 3 minutes.
So you've made that motion.
Second.
Okay, motion's made by Member Stein, seconded by Member Seraphy Cox. Roll call, please.
Member Davis?
Member Davis?
Oh, she's thinking.
I'm thinking.
Pardon me?
I was thinking.
I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Mayor
No.
Shara?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
No.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes, but this is the last time.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
And did I get everybody?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we are at the CPAC update and
13.
Member Stein.
Yeah, so Member Gazy had reached out to me because she didn't think she was going to be available to join the call. She's out of town, and she asked me to read something, and then I saw this on the agenda, so I assume this is what she wants me to read. So I am going to honor that request. This is an email from Northampton CPAC from October 3rd to the Northampton School Committee, the Director of Student Services, and the Superintendent. It states, this year CPAC is trying harder to meet its mandate of advising the school committee on matters pertaining to the education and safety of students with disabilities. To try to bridge the gap between strategic decision makers and community members, we're going to send a written report to you on the Friday preceding each school committee meeting. In the preceding month, CPAC has grappled with the following. 1. DESI mandated collection of data on missed services. Superintendent Bonner recently shared written information on the system, adding to the September 11th school committee public discussion and press release 2 specific areas where CPAC has constructive suggestions for strategic decision makers are A, finding a way to share data with the public in appropriately de-identified ways, of course. We were very encouraged by Superintendent Bonner's statement that the district will likely provide aggregate de-identified reports to the school committee periodically, example given, quarterly or semi-annually, to report on the trends and systemic issues without revealing individual student information. We urge you, the school committee, to please ask for a quarterly report and to share the report with the public. B, developing a spot check mechanism to ensure data veracity. Building principals or designees are charged with data collection and reporting. Can we use spot check data from classroom or special ed teachers to assure that classroom level view aligns with the administrator level view? Number 2, de-escalation and conflict prevention training. The case report identified a lack of severe disabilities certifications as a professional capacities gap in the district. Given specific anecdotes, we've heard this year about physical interactions between students and teachers and staff at the middle school and high school level. CPAC sees a pressing need for direct providers, teachers or paras, and response teams, staff likely to be part of any reactive intervention in the event of an outburst by a student, to receive autism-specific and/or severe disability-specific conflict prevention training. We have started communication with Matt Holloway and Kate Mesmer about this, including a specific option offered through the district's current conflict training vendor, CPI. 3, continued concerns about the fidelity of IEP implementation. The CPAC officers had tearful conversations with 2 caregivers. One was about a student who did not receive mandated paraprofessional support for several days during the first 3 weeks of school. Another was around scheduling that was not aligned with the IEP. Other specific conversations have focused on cases where general education teachers are not implementing or respecting IEP accommodations in their classrooms. All of these anecdotes centered around student experiences in the junior high school or high school. We see this as highlighting the need to implement the case report's recommendation around creating time for collaborative planning between special education teachers and general education teachers. To effectively practice meaningful inclusion, a team approach is essential. 4, pilot initiative for family partnerships. Collaborating with Matt on a plan for rebuilding trust and improving two-way communication between caregivers and administrators, faculty, and staff. This is centered around bringing in an outside facilitator. 5, NHS long block schedule. The long block schedule at the high school has been a multi-year concern for CPAC members. With the long block structure, there are only 4 academic blocks per day. This means that for students who take learning strategies, a common class for children with IEPs, and often the default option for special education services, 25% of their academic time is spent in a largely separate classroom environment. While learning strategies is often necessary and beneficial, it is also restrictive. It reduces the number of electives students can take. It isn't appropriate for students who require less than a full-length block of academic support. It can overburden our special education teachers. Students often end up with unstructured downtime without the focused attention they would be receiving during shorter blocks. We're grateful that Principal Taglieri is taking concrete steps towards changing the high school schedule and look forward to hearing more. The CPAC community requests more of a voice in how the high school schedule is structured. 6, out of district. CPAC has an out of district subgroup consisting of caregivers of children in out of district placements. They meet monthly to discuss the challenges particular to their cohort. September's meeting included the following key points. Out-of-district families continue to give up on the quality of education their kids receive because they spend so much time focusing on getting their kids through the day with varying levels of support. Out-of-district families are concerned that the school committee is unaware of their existence and needs. Out-of-district families would like the CPAC to support them in special education at the school committee level. 7, non-disclosure agreements / confidentiality agreements. There has been concern and confusion about the Office of Student Services use of confidentiality agreements. The CPAC board has observed that these agreements stop caregivers from asking for or sharing information about specific resources or placements. Such information sharing and mutual support is very helpful for reducing caregiver anxiety and stigma around otherwise unknown resources or placements. Signed with sincere regards, Jacob Drew and Dave Gorin, Northampton CPAC officers.
Thank you. And I think we all got that by email as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Future discuss. Oh, pardon me.
Oh, I thought you were doing future business.
Yes.
Yeah.
Future discussion topics.
Yeah, I'd love to get on the agenda out of school time.
Out of school time. Okay. Member Stein.
Yeah, just on that last point, we had referred that issue to the Budget and Property Subcommittee. We've been having some meetings and we're planning to bring back a recommendation in November, I think.
Great.
So anyway, if it coincides with what you're thinking, Member Hennessy, I wanted to mention it.
Great, thank you.
I had 2 quick things. The first is I'm hoping that the Curriculum Subcommittee can have another meeting to check in on the 9th grade cohort around the additional resources given to support them, specifically the students that were struggling with reading. I think it would be really wonderful if we could get some updates on how those students are doing, how the training for 1 hour per day is actually working, what other supports, those free resources that were discussed at the meeting are being implemented, etc. So I would encourage that and hope that you guys could do that. Recently at the forum organized by the League of Women Voters, Maya Ciara, in response to a question about the recent DESI findings, stated rightly that we need to follow IEPs. She went on to say that members of the school committee, including her as chair, along with the superintendent, need to work harder to collaboratively make sure we are allocating our resources in a way to meet needs in IEPs. Today, tonight, I'm inviting the chair of the school committee to join the Budget and Property Subcommittee meeting on Monday, October 20th, to begin this collaborative conversation. I look forward to hearing the chair and superintendent's suggestions on how to reallocate our staff in order to avoid the chronic issues laid out in the report. So I hope we can begin that collaborative process and talk about how under our existing resources we can overcome some of these issues. I was heartened to hear Director Holloway mention that this data would also help us do that, but I think if we're serious about having these conversations, it's a good place to begin. Thanks.
Sorry, what was that date?
Monday, October 20th. It's our next meeting.
I'm sorry, I cannot do that day. I already have an engagement that evening, or that.
Okay, we can find another time.
Okay. Member Agna.
We all got an email from a caregiver about the concerns about those school start times. And in light of what the CPAC also suggested about long block, I don't recall that we ever did a real evaluation of long block. It's been around for a long time. Again, I was around when it first was instituted. I don't think it's ever been really evaluated as terms of whether it's effective in learning for all students. And I also agree with this caregiver that we do need to do some reflection on whether the start times are working. I know that this will be complicated, and I know that surveys are going to be all over the map about it, but maybe there can be some kind of data that we can collect about, especially what this caregiver talked about, is the kids who are doing sports and how much time they lose by having been to be dismissed early in their careers in the high school. So I'm just hoping that we can talk about that. Maybe in the curriculum subcommittee also is a place to start with it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, future business and meeting dates, Rules and Policy Subcommittee, October 15th, 5 p.m. on Zoom. Budget and Property Subcommittee, October 20th, 5 p.m. on Zoom. Curriculum Instruction Subcommittee, October 27th, 5:15 on Zoom. Budget and Property Subcommittee is November 10th, that's 5 on Zoom. And next full school committee meeting is November 13th, 6:30 p.m. Hybrid here at JFK and also on Zoom. Member Stein.
I just want to say we're having the Budget and Property for October on the 20th. I think we had moved it because of the 6th meeting, so we'll have that before the November meeting, if folks are interested.
You mean the October 20th meeting?
Yes.
Yes, that's on here. I mentioned it.
My apologies. My brain is tired. I didn't hear it.
Yeah, they're both October 20th
Okay, they're both
and
on there.
November.
Okay, great.
Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion's made by Member Davis, seconded by Member Hennessy. Roll call, please.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
President Freund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member LaBounty?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
We're adjourned at 11:29.